Let's go. What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to 3-Star Draw. It's every other Wednesday night, so that means it is time for the Backyard Battlefield with me, down south 77, 3-Star Draw, and my brother to the north.
I'm going to call myself Tata for the rest of the show because I don't know if you guys see it, but on it's all inverted, so it looks, yeah.
No, it's right. It's right on our end.
Oh, okay. With me, I'm just looking back. I'm like, Tata, cool.
Yeah, you can invert your camera on StreamYard, but if you do, then we'll see Tata. We'll see Tatas.
That's new t-shirt idea.
I think my cousin has that t-shirt. I like that t-shirt. I think he's got that one. Maybe he's got the Millennium Falcon one because there's a Millennium Falcon one too.
This is the shirt I usually wear when I'm coming close to a laundry day. It's like my worn off shirt when I hit this in the drawer.
Yeah, well, it's time. So
yeah,
I'm good at doing the laundry. I'm not so good at putting the laundry up. And for one person that lives by himself, I do a lot of laundry.
Same.
So we'll say what's up to the chat here in a minute. We'll wait and see if we get a few more people in. Just do the usual pleasantries. How you doing? What have you been up to today? And of course, what is the weather like in Canada right now?
Oh, you can answer all that with one question. Just say, "Hey." That answers everything. No, I'm good. It's been a slow few weeks with nothing coming in, but I guess stuff's going to start coming in the next couple of weeks. Been working on the house and hobbies, and don't have much coming up. Picking up my son tomorrow from cadet camp, and the weather has been the shit. We have been getting massive rainstorms and thunderstorms, and the odd tornado warning tucked in there the last couple of weeks, and yeah, they tried to drown my neighborhood again the other day and failed, but we are definitely having some problems with the water recently in my area. So.
Okay, so that is not the shit. That is just shit.
This is shit.
Weather, so it's been hot here. It's been really hot and humid. We're supposed to be up around like 100 this weekend. Had a lot of rain, man. I thought I was gonna have to find something to use for oars on Saturday. Coming back, from place I'm going to talk about a little bit that I went to on Saturday, but we got caught in a crazy ass downpour, like severe thunderstorm. And the road that I was on was a pretty heavily traveled back road. It's a pretty, like, as much as a back road can be like an artery to get somewhere, but they just repaved it in the spring. So all of the water, when a road asphalt's new, stuff just pulls on it. And there's not many ditches or very deep ditches on the side. So like I went through water that a couple of times I was thinking, this is why they say turn around, don't drown. Like, we're not going to drown, but we might float off the road.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to seeing that more and more these days with the car that didn't make it, after a big rainstorm. We do have areas where they form up pools in the worst of times. And I'm like going,
Yeah.
Well, there's $180,000 worth of bad decision making in the middle of that puddle. And,
Right. Well, you know, I've been used to driving a truck for so long. So I mean, my truck, it's not big and jacked up, but it's tall and it has oversized tires on it. And now I mean, I still have the truck, but I have a Camry that is what I'm mainly driving now. That's the car I bought to go back and forth to work in and
Sure.
whatever. And like it sets so low. Like I forgot how low cars like that set because I've been driving a truck so long. Um, so I I was driving that and I'm like, man, if only I was in my truck, this wouldn't even have crossed my mind.
Yeah.
uh,
So, well, I'm sure these people are here to say, awesome. These guys are having terrible weather, just like the rest of us. I will tell you one thing that I didn't tell you before. Well, actually, I did tell you. Well, like, if I look tired today, it's because I survived a hostage situation today. A
oh,
legit situation. Yeah, and I'm
did you buy a
not.
Hasbro 2 pack?
No, it was Jesus, right? Like, could have been that way. No, it was worse. I was taken hostage by a friend today. So did you ever have a friend call you up out of the blue and said, "Hey man, listen, I just feel like talking to you. It's good to talk to you. I haven't talked to you in a little while," and you're like, "Good." And then they do something and you're like, "I wish I wasn't bearing witness to this right now, but it's too late. They got you." Because that's what
Yeah,
happens. Right.
yeah.
So I get a call, and I'm always happy to get a call from my friends. And Lawrence is a friend for sure that calls me when he's got a bit of energy and time to kill. He likes to talk, and he gave me a call, and I was like happy to talk to Punk with Toys, to chat. What's up? How's your week been? Blah 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 blah. Then I realized he's calling me from Target, and
Hmm.
he's playing Deep Six, where,
Yeah.
like, while we're on the phone, and I'm like, what kind of weird fucking flex is this?
That's what I was thinking. Like I knew you were on the phone. I knew you told me you were talking to him, but I'm like, wait, he called you while he was in Target? Like,
Oh yeah,
okay.
I'm darkening it with that. We were chatting the whole time. He was telling me I'm on my way to Target because I think they got some
Oh,
deep
okay.
sixes. And then a little later in conversation, he's like, "Holy shit, I'm here! They've got the deep sixes." And then a little bit later, beep boop, and he's paying for it. And I'm like, "Do you know how much that sucks to know when don't know when I'm going to see my deep six? Haven't seen a new toy in like 3 weeks. You son of a bitch! You took me hostage."
Yeah, it's been a great day for algorithm mafia members today in the last couple days. Most of you guys anyway. So yeah, that we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that deep six showing up because that was new today, and then all the people to go find it, like, oh, I think I'll just go check Target, and Punk finds it. So I
Yeah,
almost did
with
that. I
you
almost
can.
stopped on my way home, but the two that are kind of close ish for me to go by on the way home, I was in both of them Saturday, and they they don't have shit.
I mean, it's Target. We don't have that up here, so I'm just kind of waiting to see if GameStop calls or if it's the local toy store that says, "Hey, we got our shipment," but nobody's called yet. But yeah, Funko Toys went to Target, saw six on the shelf, grabbed himself one, and it felt like I was gun taped and strapped up in the back of his trunk, muffled and gagged like the whole ride. Like, witness me buy this. I felt, damn
at, at,
it.
at least it didn't make you listen while he did the review because somebody when he posted it, somebody commented like when's the review gonna be up? And I was when I read that, I'm like, he's filming that right now.
Oh yeah, that was the next stop. It's but, like, Punk's got a work ethic, and it's not hard to picture, right? He finishes a day at work and he's got the Vantage new toy. Well, he'll probably eat after he films the review, right? So
Yep, probably so. Can't really say I blame him though, because
no, I mean, who doesn't?
the well, the word was out. Yeah. I wonder how many people did go to Target looking today, and he just happened to be one that was able to get it. So we'll get into that in a few minutes. I'll run down kind of what we're going to talk about tonight, and then we'll say hi to the chat. Looks like
Yeah,
we got 10, 11 people in right now. There's some other stuff going on tonight that randomly popped up, so that's all right. So we got a couple things to talk about. Deep six being one of them, just randomly popping up, and we're going to talk about recent pre-orders and stuff with that. And then our main thing we're going to do tonight is, so there's been a lot of talk from a lot of different places lately about what are they doing? Like, what's Hasbro doing? What are they doing to the line? What are they doing to GI Joe? They're bringing in Action Man. There's talk of bringing in Jim's coming, and all, like, we got the Turtles crossover, and then you see stuff that people have declared, oh, this is trash, blah blah, and I'm like, stuff like Synapse. So we're going to talk a little bit about, is this new? Are they kind of going off into the left field and getting too weird, or has it always been that way? So that's what we're going to do here in a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to the chat real quick and get through these folks. We got Brandon R is here. What's up, Brandon? Saying hi and hello.
Hi and hello, and back to you.
He's saying hello and hi both to us. So
I like Brandon, the informal and formal covered.
I think Brandon's having a little phone keyboard trouble there. What's up, Brandon? No. Oh, let's see. We got SCS Dog is here saying aloha all. What's going on, dude? All right, I'm starting to think Brandon is trying to talk to R2D2 and C3PO here. His next thing's going to be in binary.
Oh, goodness.
Ultra Manch is here. What's going on, dude? Not inverted, but I'll sure call you Tata, he says. Hender Collector is here. What's going on, man? How you doing? Good to see you here.
Good to have it.
Let's see. I had another one highlighted right there. Turk Murphy is here. What's going on, Turk? How you doing?
So, anybody who's not here might be tuning into, I believe it's Ace streaming tonight. Not to give you guys somewhere to go, but if you've bought the Machina stuff lately, it's going to be talking about that.
Yep. Or you can go listen to it on replay tomorrow, like I'm going to go do. NorCal Voodoo Toy Box is here. What's going on, NorCal? Good to see you. Had a good show the other night, last Thursday. That was good.
Yep. Enjoyed your the results of your Dreadnought contest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know he's doing another one. He's doing another contest.
I heard he was doing another contest.
Mm-hmm. Bobby knows about it. Ask Bobby about it, guys.
Matthew Matson's here saying, are you guys excited about Direhawks? And I Googled it when you put it in because I have no idea what you are talking about. And neither does NorCal. And then there's Matthew saying that somebody accidentally said that in a stream today. So I can only imagine who that somebody is. Same one.
Oh, dear God. Don't tell me they're reusing a Raptor backpack system for this. That would make sense.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. So if that's a thing that somebody slipped up, that's really a thing. And I hope that's not what it is.
Well, I mean, if it is, if you found a way to reuse Raptor's wings, go for it. If you're doing something new, why? We're going to talk about this later, that whole kitchen sink concept. At some point, there's a lack of resistance when I start seeing this shit coming up. So
I'm good with them reusing Raptor's backpack if they find a way to make it stay on. If they can make it stay on, reuse it because it's cool. But that also tells me if that is a thing and that is what that thing is, we're looking at another $50 deluxe set that probably could have been something else. We know there's another dire whatever coming, and it's definitely not going to be Lady Medusa or whatever the hell her name is. So, all right, then. Bobby saying, that's what I should have pulled up. Should have had that pulled up. Oh, wait, there we go.
All right, Dan.
Wald is here saying, I like my Cummins diesel, just about $8 a gallon for diesel out here. No fucking way. Unless you are towing something every day, there ain't no way. I remember when you used to be able to save money on gas buying a diesel or driving a diesel.
Yeah, back. I remember that in the 90s and early 2000s. Oh, I've got a diesel. You wise
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
I had so I've talked about this car before, which I really liked the car. I had a 92 Mercedes 300D turbo diesel, and that car was a tank, and it accelerated and drove like a tank. But you couldn't stop it unless you were a fragile vacuum line. But that car for 92, that car got like 30, I think 35 miles a gallon. So I love driving it for that, but man, everything else. So yeah, Bobby, good luck with that. And you probably
Yeah.
got all kind of damn regulations and shit on them out there too. Mandatory DEF. Mr. Wonderful Travis is here. What's going on, dude?
Thank you. Thank you for
Good to
being
see
here.
you. Good to see you. Izzy Travis here saying hello, y'all. What's up?
Right on.
I heard
my
that
God.
too. That's supposedly got the green light to the Action
Isn't
Man
that
movie.
I thought we saw that. That was Mission Impossible 3.
Yeah, it was any of the Mission Impossibles,
Yeah.
but
okay.
Matthew, I expect you and Pop to have a story on that next Tuesday. So
Yeah.
get to digging. Let's see. Justin Booth is here. What's going on? Just because Cold Slither blew the shit out of Jim doesn't make them classified worthy. Seriously, that's a terrible addition to the classified line. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, dude.
I
I'm not here to disagree or agree with that at all. That's a strong opinion shared by many. It's just we're going to talk around it. That's about it. Like we're going to talk about the details of this thing, right? So
yeah. But I mean, I do disagree, but not.
And I
we'll
don't.
talk about it.
That's the thing. I don't. So we're divided as well. So,
but there's a certain way that it's got to be done. But when we get
Agreed.
to it, well, I'll tell you what I think about it. So,
that I think we're on the same page about. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. NorCal. Let's see. I'd be fine with that if Hasbro wants to make a gem in the hologram, create a separate line, and produce them. I'd be fine if they did that.
When we get to that topic, like we'll have a lot to say about that, but we're gonna chip away at that the whole time. Or are we through the chat? Or we didn't really mean to start the gem topic, right? This isn't just a gem topic. So, but I get it's the hot fire.
Paisano is here saying I want gems. So let's see. All right. So Bobby talking about diesels. Who cares? You'll get 50 miles a gallon if you swap the biodiesel. I looked at doing that in that Mercedes that I had. I thought about doing that. Evil Dookie's in the house. Look, I see a star and a crow. What's up, Dookie? You're good, Justin.
No, we're not. I didn't mean it like that, dude. It's just like we understand that whole argument. Totally got it.
We are gonna talk about it though.
Yeah.
So we kind of touched on this. Have you got any new toys? You said you hadn't really got anything come in much.
Yeah, they did it. I'm not even using English anymore. All right, you get hit
the bourbon on the flippy flirty.
Woo! It's big.
Hold him up to somebody. Compare him because you said he's huge.
So but no, in all seriousness, I was really disappointed with this one. I love everything except its balance. Its balance is like,
it's the worst.
I'd find the Ark of the Covenant before I would find this guy's perfect balance point. It is fucking awful.
It really is. He is, out of all the ones I got, which just that's the way things work for me. Like, he is the one that I wanted the most, not being a big Street Fighter guy.
Yeah.
E Honda was my most wanted figure in the line, and he's the worst one I have.
Yeah, he's just got really horrid balance for the feet mechanics that they've got at play. But man, I love the hand effect. I can't deny I don't like that. It's good. It's one of my favorites of the line, but just severely disappointed that you can't get a lot of the wide stance balance really well, like Sumo's
Yeah,
fighting. That's too
I
disappointing.
I was disappointed with him, man. It took me a while to get him set up. One of the ankles is pretty loose on mine, so of course, of
And then
course.
also, I got these. I'm contemplating opening these tonight. Got these at a dirt sale. I do not have any Joes that weren't the original O-rings or recent classified. I didn't collect the midlines and saw these and rescued these from shelf obscurity at a comic shop the other day. So
It's cool. Those are generally always going to be carded pickups for me. Dookie wants to know, Crow, is that a boyfriend?
of course it's not. You know better. You know exactly what you were asking there. Fucking moving on. You can take me off camera now. Jesus. Thanks, Dookie. Way to blow the joke.
God. So, I have not gotten anything. We went to FarleyCon, which I know is a shirt down in Chattanooga. I think we went to it after our last show. I think we were going that Saturday was when we went down there in Chattanooga. That was a good show. I wasn't sure exactly what to expect, but it is definitely kind of geared more toward like the autograph hounds and like all the cartoon voice actors and stuff. But there were still a bunch of booths. I mean, I did a video on it. It's out if you guys want to check it out.
Seen both your con videos lately. You've been traveling with that camera.
Well, now, so like I was talking about my truck, it's really old and I don't trust it to drive long distances. My truck is a '02, and it's a good truck, but it's an '02. And so these shows that are like somewhat local, like going to Chattanooga or the one we went to up to Kentucky, like I don't think I would have a problem. I mean, I did drive it down to when I went down to see Aaron a couple of years ago and back. But now that I've got that other car that gets really good gas mileage and I think now is reliable after I got some bugs worked out, I can go do more stuff like that. So we went to Chattanooga and back and barely used a quarter tank of gas. So
Isn't that nice?
yeah, that was great. So anyway, we went to it. I didn't really buy much there. I bought an extra Royal Guard because I found one for 30 or $35. And I only had the one, so I got another Royal Guard. And Purple Elk went though. She was with me, and she bought this guy.
Oh, nice. And she's keeping it at your place again?
It all of it stays here.
Oh, so you get to play with her furry bear.
I get to play with her furry. So, because I've been eyeing this thing since before it come out. I should have pre-ordered it. So I've got it setting up here on the Musk. That was really Taurus and Red Dog. Got a review out on them. I really hadn't picked anything else up, although I've got something. I think I got something on the way, but nothing to review.
Did you order some? What's his name? Psych Out, and did you order a second Range Viper, like the new ones as well? Or I think we talked about that last time, right? You did.
Yeah, I think so because that was that morning, right? So
Might
I
have
did
been,
order
yeah.
Psych Out. I ordered one from Walmart and one from Pulse just for redundancy, and I did not order Range Viper.
That was it.
I saw it. I could have, but I have two. I don't need more of that Range Viper. It's a cool enough figure, but I didn't order it.
No, that's fair. I mean, that just gets us caught up on what's been ordered, and I know like pretty soon everybody's going to be choking down reviews because you can see already like some guys have the early release like Sharky and Bees, and then Punk's already showing you that freaking Deep Six is around the corner. I'm sure it's not alone, so we'll get some reviews out again soon. Yeah.
I can't say I was surprised at that, but I was a little surprised at that. There's Woody. Speaking of Deep Six, there's Woody Triple Deuce is in the house. Let's see, son of a Crayon Slayer's here. What's going on, man? Let's see, we got Lone Dragon here to chew bubble ass and kick gum, and all he's got's a wad of gum on his shoe. What's up there? All right, down here. So look, I dragged Woody with me, Dookie says. Well, good. I'm glad you guys have drug your asses on up in here. Paul Morales, what's up? So that's it. Like I haven't gotten anything. I am planning on going down to Yojo Depot this weekend, and I should have a video out on it because he's grand opening and the new location was today. Of course, I wasn't where I could go down there, but I'm gonna try and go down there Saturday. And I got some footage from the last weekend in the old store, and then I'm gonna go get some stuff from the new store and kind of show the differences. I can't wait to see what he's done with that place.
Well, it occurs to me, as you can see me balancing it like this, I did forget to mention one awesome thing about toys. Like this is how slow it is. This was the most amazing thing. Give me the whole camera. Here you go. I could balance him on the 1 foot doing that, but this is the best. Tell me you've never asked for an articulated flippy floppy. Beat people with your flippy floppies. I love this.
That is awesome. See, I don't have a Cooner yet. I don't have him, and I don't have T-Hawk. I think those are the only two that I'm missing now that are out. So the articulated flip flops are great.
It is great, and just 2 seconds ago, he was making Honda look like a chump standing on the 1 foot. Look at that. Come on. Honda, do better.
They can't even stand on two.
Yeah.
And so Lone Dragon mentioned the Pulse sale. So did you buy anything on the Pulse sale that's going on?
No, I did see the Pulse sale, and I'm not a premium member. I'm not even a member. So it was just nothing that baits me in, especially when I can get a lot of that off the shelf right now at normal EB Games prices. So speaking of which, for any Canadian viewers out there that were panicking about Fatal Fluffies and Cadet Deming Shipwreck, go to EB Games /GameStops. They're taking the pre-orders. That one requires a $10 deposit for those ones. They're told to be taking that one, so be prepared to just put a $10 deposit, but that will get that delivered to your store rather than playing this whole Hasbro weight game online, right? So
I'm curious to know if you can find out like what their criteria for that is. Like we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think it's probably just for Pulse exclusives, but I don't know. I'm just curious. I mean, it don't matter.
Yeah, you mean putting the down payment on? Technically, I think it's regionally driven, like manager's discretionary kind of thing. If they have a bad customer base where they have a lot of people leaving stuff out there, they probably employ it more. But my guy's pretty loose with it. But this was the time he's like, yeah, no, I have to ask for the $10 deposits on these ones because there's something special about them. And I was like, yeah, they're SDCC exclusive. So
yeah, they don't want to get stuck with, those things that everybody hates and calls trash.
And I think I said it to Punk with Toys too. I kind of like them doing that because that makes them kind of in control of how many they ask for, and it informs Hasbro how many that they should be sending to that particular store. If you can sit there and say, I have 70 people that put down payments on these, I'll send 70 units. Because GameStops out here have a tradition of buying like boxes and boxes and just stuff sits on shelves forever, right? Yeah. So Yeah, if that makes more available at other stores by controlling how they do those numbers, I'm for it.
Right. I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, that's only $10. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I
Frank
mean,
Dumont, you is in the house. What's up, man?
it's $10 you won't pay when you pick it up. Right? It's not like
That's
it's
right.
a tax. It's
It's
not a
like
tariff.
it's like you get a discount when you go to pick it up. It's like
You
that's the
thought
one
you
thing about that's the
Kevin,
one thing.
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was say it's the one thing about a HasLab. Like whenever it finally gets ready to ship, it's like, oh, at least I've already paid for it.
Yeah.
Or I'm not paying for it today. Maybe you don't have it paid off yet, but what I'm getting at.
So I think what it made me think of is they were talking about The Office the other day on the Jerks, right? As part of their suggestions for throwing everything at Hasbro. And there's an episode where Kevin Malone tries to pitch the idea of build your own hamburger, where every day you take a piece of the hamburger and set it aside. And then by the end of the week, you set aside a whole hamburger and you like it because you built it yourself. Right? It's just this terrible idea of spoiled food, right? But
That Hasbro might have hired that guy. Carlos Salinas is in the house saying, my despoiler arrived yesterday and my pulse cell items arrived today. The Joe Porta Potty and the female Crimson Guard. I have one of the three things you mentioned. And it's the one that was $27.99.
And just so everybody's aware, if you tune into a Punk, I'm sure he loves that I have to mention this, but check out Punk's channel because he actually shows you the company that makes a despoiler stand for the despoiler for those of you who need it right now. Right. So you can get the details if you want that.
I think Matthew's got that too. I think he showed that.
Probably. Matthew probably knows the name of the company if he wants to drop that in the chat. But
it looks good. U.S. Combat Dojo's here as well. What's going on, man? How you doing? How you doing? Let's see. Read through. Cypher63 is here. What's going on, dude? Said he's double tapping. Thank you. All right, so I will show. Let me see what I've got pulled up over here to get into first, and we'll start talking about some of this stuff.
Sure.
Jim, of course, going to show our thumbnail first that I
made. You just put your thumbnail over the backdrop of the thumbnail.
I did because if I because if I just show the backdrop, I have to take both of us off stage to show it. So
that's fair. It's the little things that count, right?
That's right. Damn it. So I got the spell book here. So did they lose the plot in the book? And all these magical things coming out of the spell book here. So
sure.
So that was where I was going with that. So take that back down off of full screen. So we did say we were going to talk about Deep Six showing up today. So this was the one that showed up first this morning, and I got the guy's name on here. Shadow Strike HQ was the first person that posted this morning, and this was his picture, and then his second picture showing that looks like he got it from Target, because I swear to God, under this picture in the comments, people, oh my God, where was this? Where did you get this? Like, you're in Canada, you know that's a Target bag, right? Behind it, like that's.
I do, because I've recently been to a Target within the last 5 years, but I would not say that is something that we see a lot of up there. Definitely not enough if it's covered that we know automatically. It kind of looks like your flag, right? Like
a little bit, yeah. You're right. I can see it. I'll allow it.
So Canadians might struggle with that, but yes, that's definitely a Target bag. But that doesn't mean he bought it at Target. That just means he had a Target bag on his passenger side of when he took the photo.
I know that is the argument, and I actually thought that, because I'm like, that bag looks like there's something else in it. So I went back and I looked, because I wanted to look at this, because they've got the tag out for it, and it is actually, that is the code name for Deep Six. It's Tina Deluxe. So this Target has done their reset, And I never did see, I'm sure somebody asked, but I never did see this guy say where he was at. And I guess he's Shadow Strike HQ on Instagram. I don't know. But I wanted to make sure that I credited the first man to find deep six in the wild in the States. And there was his picture. And lo and behold, when he posted his picture this afternoon, as we mentioned, we got to see this picture from Lawrence.
Sorry, I'm just, yeah, I know about Larry's picture. Turn it back to the Target bag mystery for a second, because I just spotted some irony between this and what I'm reading in the chat, right? Because Bobby, you nailed it. It says, what the last comment from Bobby here, where it says, wow, you guys still have plastic bags? Those are almost outlawed here. Absolutely. And I'm just picturing now Deep Six's first mission is to remove that Target bag from a whale's blowhole.
Yes, Bobby, do they not deliver those with your $8 a gallon diesel?
What the fuck?
So let's see. Brandon said last I went, they used paper bags at Target. I think they've got both at Target. I think Target's got both of them.
Up here, you have to bring your own bag or buy a store-bought like nylon bag that you're supposed to keep returning, right? But
some places here are doing that, but it's not widely caught on yet. Like, they encourage you to bring your own little nylon bag. But most everybody still got plastic, and some have paper and plastic. So Brian King is joined us. What's going on, Brian? Good to see you, man. All right, so zoom back out. So we did get to see this. This almost looks like a Baldy picture, doesn't it? Like,
right.
There was probably just two of them. Yeah. And he bought them all. Like, there's a picture of this in the back of his car.
That's so photoshopped.
So we saw this was Punk's, and then here was Punk being nice, posting the barcode for us.
There you go, everybody.
On Deep Six. So that's on Punk's page, and whatever other Joe groups he's in, he posted that too. But I asked him here, because I asked him if his Target had gone through the reset, because this is not the right tag.
No, that's not the right tag at all. Yeah.
This should be Rock Claw. And so he did answer, and he said that he grabbed them and he just moved them all up onto the top shelf to take a picture. And
I'm presuming his photo. Oh,
yeah, he staged it.
Fucking what a dick.
I'm assuming he put them back on the shelf below it, but maybe not. Maybe he was being a punk, and
he
just left them there to rebel.
I was on the phone with him, and it sounded like what he was doing was putting each and every one of them at a different place in the entire store. So he was walking around a while, and I heard women's lingerie, and I heard him put something down. I'm pretty sure he was hiding those all over the store.
I bet he did hide a couple.
Oh yeah, but on the low shelves.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you go to the if you go to the Fisher Price aisle underneath the wagon, the wagon you can actually pull a doll or the kid in under that shelf. There's a couple Deep Sixes stashed.
And Punk, if you get bitter about hearing us chirp about that, just remember that's what you get for making your friend listen to you buy a toy he can't get on the phone like a fucking asshole.
Revenge is a dish best served 2 hours later.
Could have called me back, motherfucker. No, hold the line.
Let's see. HK Viper's in the house. What's going on, man? Yeah, man. Carlos, Target, they do have some really good plastic bags. I save all the Target bags too.
Yeah.
They got some nice bags. I will give them that. Bought them all and put them on eBay for $100.
Is this where we're at? Is this really where we're at? We're going to just make bags pretty soon. Stay tuned for our video about good bags.
We're here to talk about toys and the bags that they come in, folks.
Yeah.
So, all right, you don't want to get too far ahead of myself on my slides here. So, Deep Six, if you guys got Targets near you, especially if they have actually gone through the reset, because the 4 near me that I go to that are pretty close, not one of them has started on that reset. Not one of them has had a Scarlet and Shebang 2-pack in stock. And I guess they won't have Deep Six either till they get around to that shit. So check your targets if you want Deep Six. I, however, have been perusing AliExpress a lot lately. I actually have something coming from AliExpress that should be here in a couple of days, 3 days, I think. But while doing that, I love to look at the stuff on AliExpress. I love seeing just the random shit that pops up. But of course, I'm looking at prices. I'm looking at Joe's. I can't believe some of the stuff is as cheap as it is on there. And then there's some stuff that I see on there and I'm thinking, how? Like, how do you have this for like 70% less than what it should, and you got this for 70% more? Anyway, I've just been going down a rabbit hole when I've been bored looking at AliExpress, and I was looking at Joe's, and I come across this. Now, what this is,
the fuck am I?
I've got to blow it up. Up. So
Here,
you can go
take me off screen so you can give everybody this. I'm gonna.
Oh, I can blow. No, I can. I can blow this up in the slide. This is the delivery. So when you scroll through stuff, when you get to the end, if it's a site that's got a bunch of like various Joes listed, when you get to the last one, usually it will show you all of them like this. And you can, instead of having to scroll back, you can just tap on which one of these you want to look at. So the whole reason I even bothered with this is because of the names of some
Ditch Rat.
Ditch Rat is who I was looking at. Like
Technology Snake.
I was looking at Night Force Ditch Rat. So
Brain Flower.
Brain Flower. So
I mean, sure. If that makes them cheap, you can call them whatever you want.
But we got Phone Snake.
Your Phone Snake. Requesting Messenger.
Requesting Messenger may be my favorite.
Who the shit is Requesting Messenger? Is that tell me at least the dial tone? Okay, it's how does that even work?
I have no idea. English funny. They actually get a couple of them pretty decent, like Copperhead. They have Copperheaded Snake. Bazookas, right? We got Stalker, and then we've got Camouflage Stalker. That makes sense.
So it's like these are being translated from English into Hindi into Arabic, back to Hindi, back to English, and somewhere this is what the name is.
They had they translated 2 or 3 times. It was like the telephone game. That's how we got Phone Snake.
That's okay.
Phone Snake, Technology Snake, and Requesting Manager, but I don't know, man. Ditch Rat and Brain Flower. And Brain Flower is the Range Viper. So you can kind of see how they got there.
What's Shadow Chaser?
Shadow Chaser, yes. No, it's Shadow Tracker.
Shadow Tracker.
Yeah.
I guess it's the same thing. I mean, one sounds more proficient than the other.
And I'll tell you what, speaking of Shadow Tracker, because God, that figure has gone through the roof. Ollie was a good place to pick that figure up, but they're just about all sold out now. However, there are some sites like this where you can buy him loose. He does come with some cool shit if you kit bash. I don't know if you get any of the weapons and stuff with them because it's a gamble. When they're listed like this, it's a gamble. But for the buck and the parts.
Yeah, you got me my Shadow Tracker. I remember you got me that one back a long time ago. But you were like, this isn't a problem to get. And then, yeah, you're right. It took off. But this is one we do need to have re-released at some point, right? I guess my porno Shadow Chaser.
Shadow Chaser. Let's say I'm going to be, you can be Shadow Snake or Shadow chaser. I'll be phone sex snake.
Phone sex. Well, you're adding the sex. You're making a choice on this one. You could have just been phone snake. That's anything. Now you're choosing the sex part.
I guess plain old phone snake would work for that too. Who is this? This is the phone snake, baby.
Yeah. All right then.
Brian King says I bought 2 retro Cobra Troopers from AliExpress. I bought one. I bought one. I did a video on it. It was the 99 cents when they had them for 99 cents. Somewhere in China, there's got to be about 1 billion retro Troopers because you can still find them on deal. So while I was looking through this, and you go through and you know, if you guys shop on Ali, like you apply all the coupons and the coupons compound, and it's weird. But so I actually still found Cobra Troopers with free shipping from China to me for like $4.70.
So I'm gonna tell you why I don't order jack shit from AliExpress. Never have, never will, and you'll probably get a chuckle out of it, I guess, or at least you'll understand. But who here has heard of the black market? This is something I've grown very used to. So when we deploy overseas, you're always going to eventually get a rapport with the public in their areas, and their street vendors will come out. And then these war-torn nations, third world countries, anything but first world countries, the black market is this huge pirating ring of shit copied. And when I see AliExpress, that's all I see is like somebody is getting misprinted Joes or possibly remaking these. And I'm picturing these poor little kids in sweatshops pumping out Joes, but never allowed to play with them, right? Just shipping them out the door. But yeah, to me, this just all screams like just sweatshops and black market. And I can't get that stigma out of my head, right? The Haji movies that Evil Dookie's talking about, right? Absolutely. But knockoff shoes, knockoff Oakley sunglasses that if you pay attention to them, they're Nike sunglasses with an Oakley label. Just like 1,000 different things that all just seem legit enough that you'd wear it. But when you got them back home, you went, no, this is clearly a knockoff. Fuck this shit o'clock. Like,
so that Dookie talking about that, my brother, when he was over there, he come back with, by the time he left Kuwait, and then by the time he left Walter Reed after he was in Kuwait, he had 4 or 5 CD binders full of movies, and half of them were exactly what he's talking about. With somebody will get up and go get popcorn. You're like, well, I thought this was a little low quality, but it wasn't bad. And you'll hear somebody a couple seats away, like, oh, did you see that shit?
I only really saw it the first time when I was in Kosovo, and we never got briefed on it. And it was CDs and movies, and that was it. That was what we were getting off these guys. Yeah. But by the time I 4 or 5 years later, I was heading off to Afghanistan. We'd do like 6 to 8 months of theater mission specific training about the area, the locals, and how everything operates. And they were telling us about the black market, how prevalent everything is connected to the black market. They're like, don't you dare fucking support the black market when you're there. Don't you goddamn do it. And as soon as we get there, like every Thursday, all the market's going to be outside the gate. Feel free to buy your CDs and shit. We're like, isn't that the black market? We're not going to talk about that.
It's the open market.
It's the
brown market.
Just looks really dark.
Yeah. Dookie says he left Iraq with more movies than Blockbuster.
Oh, everybody did, yeah.
Do say what's up to Jedi Ben. Popped in. What's going on, man? Good to see you.
So that's a long story as to why I just don't trust AliExpress. Is just I don't think the craftsmanship is what the photos are trying to tell us half the time. I don't trust it.
It's most all of it is, or at least with the Joes anyway. It's pretty much all legit. There's only been a couple things that have been like truly kind of knocked off. Everything is like seconds, didn't meet QC, what QC they do, or it fell off a truck. Like the stuff is the real stuff. Like the Cobra Trooper that I got, the one I bought, like it was supposed to be like a defect. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with it other than it didn't have a card. That's it. Well, let's see. What about hookers? Black market hookers over there?
No sex trade workers outside of a working NATO camp of any kind. But geez, man, you're allowed to go in R&R, and those R&R centers just happen to know where you might be able to find some of those people if you were really looking, I guess.
They know a guy that knows a guy.
Everybody knows where those people are when they need them, right?
Yep. Who you got with you? Is that Kiwi?
This is Lime. Oh yeah,
Lime.
You guys are getting Lime was in the most recent terrain video because he's been away from me for 3 weeks, so now he's just really needy.
Good kitty.
Look
what you've done to Mr. Bigglesworth.
That's Kiwi who's off shamed over a bad haircut somewhere.
All right, let's talk a little bit about what we ordered. Let me find the right slide here. So today, up for pre-order here was Sarge, and I didn't run through all the pictures. I got like a picture, so we've seen them all. However, I think we just got all of these pictures, like the 1/6 shooter pictures, or today. I thought this one was pretty good. So Sarge, you kind of talked about what you were doing for Sarge. Who ordered Sarge in the chat? Because I see so much like there's a lot of discussion going on. He's just all trying to be
he is
up in there. That's all right. That's
about
right.
Sarge, not you. Fucking let Sarge
kitty.
have his moment.
Good kitty. So I just wondering who ordered it, because there's a division on this. Like a lot of people don't care for this Sarge. And I see people that loved the Triple T that don't want to buy this one, and people that hated the Triple T that aren't going to buy this one. And then there's people that didn't have it and they want to get it. So I'll tell you where I'm at with it. I have not ordered it yet. A couple of things, not that I don't want it. I'm going to order it. I do want to get it. I don't love this Sarge. And I'm a Sergeant Slaughter fan. I like Sarge. This figure don't really do anything for me. We've already got the figure that drives this. The one that came with it was the first Sarge that we got. And the other thing is the price. So a lot of people are kind of starting to revolt over the prices of some of these vehicles that we've seen. And I myself have done it with the despoiler. However, on the other side of that coin, I think the Triple T and Sarge might just be worth $110. I'm not so sure the despoiler and Destro is. So there's some people that between the size, the shelf space, and the prices, I've seen a lot of people pass on this for different reasons. So that's why I'm kind of wondering what people were doing with it, with getting him.
I'm just waiting to see if GameStop is getting theirs, because right now this is up for premium members, right?
It's up for everybody now.
Is it up for everybody? Okay, so I imagine GameStop will have their ask soon, because I'm sure they're going to carry this, but I'm just going to wait till things calm down. I like it, but I don't need to have it right away. But the other thing is, I'm laughing because the Sarge we know would never be able to get into that vehicle now.
No.
Right.
No, between his height and his age,
just climbing in.
He wouldn't. I don't think,
what's his buddy's name there?
Paul.
That's always with him. Paul needs a fig now to go with this to help him get into the Triple T. But no, here's the other side of it too, right? I agree. To me, at $110 in hindsight, I'm already looking at 2027 and going, hey, what did you think was a better $110 spent? This or the despoiler? I'm saying this would be 1,000 times better purchase for that money. Just as far as play function and what you can do, like still limited to one figure, but there's a lot more going on there, right? So
Yeah. And they've did some stuff with it where you can. I think it's a much better toy than what the original was for what you're going to get.
I loved the miniguns that they used on the his tank. I thought they were good that they reprinted them for this vehicle
That's
because a
good
lot of people don't
reuse.
have those yet. You know, like they'll like those.
That's good reuse. So what's up? Kyle Jackson is here saying, just tuned in and heard hookers. What's up, fellas?
Hey, Kyle.
Never know what you're going to get over here.
Yeah, I like also the yellow glare, tones for the windscreen they made up for this vehicle, right? If they had gone clear, I would have questioned it. They went with one of those kind of anti-glare deafening yellows that shooters use and things like that. I thought that was a sharp choice, and it really contrasts against that mostly white vehicle. So I'm liking it a lot. I don't think that helmet looks like it fits Sergeant Slaughter's head now that we zoomed into it. Like, it's rock and roll missing a helmet right now.
Eddie's, why does it not say disease? Maybe it does on the back, but it should definitely say at ease disease. They could have fit that on there. I promise they could have made that fit. Let's see what people are saying. So we got Dookie saying he ordered it. Woody ordered it. How many did you order, Woody? Just curious. Sean Jones ordered 2. Brian King says he did because he doesn't have a Sarge. So that's a good call. It's a good call right there. Everybody needs a Sarge, whether you like him or not. I'm kind of like Woody here. I'm not feeling the Sarge really, but I'm definitely feeling the Triple T. Jedi Ben is holding out. And I agree, Woody. The moving treads, if it didn't have moving treads, no. But I think with the treads actually working and being that rubber, I think that's probably going to seal the deal for a lot of people.
I mean, for people that don't like the Sarge, just hope that it's an easy head swap, because how many times have you hoped for a big buck, right? Like, at least you're getting a new big buck, right? So you're getting a good custom fodder out of this, I guess.
I don't guess you need to swap any of the Sarge heads because they're all the same. I think the hair color might be different. Maybe the face print got a little better.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're just sick of having a Sarge, why don't you stick a Mercer head on one of these and cheer for Mercer or whatever?
Yeah, but God, that'll make everybody happy. Now he's huge. Now he's the whole.
Take that, Hasbro.
Yeah, see what I did? I bought 2 of them, and now I made the figure that I wanted. Matthew saying Sarge was supposed to have a winter jacket that got costed out. No jacket, no Triple T.
That makes sense.
I'd rather have working treads.
No, but that makes sense that they probably looked at releasing this one where they could wedge it in with the winter line, just because the Triple T can go with any element, but especially winter.
Yeah.
And the HasLab release coming up, that would have made sense that they'd try it at least. Funny what they cost themselves out of, but allow to happen with other things, right? So,
isn't it? Sean Jones saying, I'm in Canada, so I order right away, or I'll pay more at a local show or toy show or somewhere else.
So, Sean, do you have a GameStop near you or an EB Games? Because they're a Pulse partner now, right? So that just makes things a little easier if you can hook up with them. Yeah. But I hear what you're saying. There's some other companies I go through out here that I try as well, smaller shops that aren't national, right? So.
Yeah. Cypher saying the USA Slaughter would have made this a better sell. For me, never liked the Triple T. I don't need to have it. I don't know what the deal is with the USA Slaughter. Like it should have been the first one. So I don't know if there's a reason. I don't know if that's part of his deal with other lines. Who knows? But I agree. The USA Sarge would make anything a better Sarge with the stripe down the pants. That's the one everybody wants.
So I'm going to tell you what I take issue with, because it's just a joke. Like, I'm not seriously going to say I'm not buying this because, but I hate this helmet, and I'll tell you why. I hate this want to put slang on a helmet to show this lack of fucking discipline. Fun, Sergeant Slaughter, who makes a big deal about his fucking cap at all times. Dressing department is huge to him. But, okay, let's just say maybe he wants to scribble a little funny saying on his helmet.
At ease. That's your funny saying. That is standard drill, parade drill command to tell everybody to relax. He's saying relax on his helmet. Like, where's the invoking of fear or cool factor on that? To me, I would have rather say ease springs or something. That means like stop shooting your guns and unload or something. But I see that and I'm like, I think they just pick up really cliche sayings and think they're cool when they're not.
Well, I mean, with him, it's just because he's, he says it like it's at ease disease,
Yeah, I know, but it's a drill command.
Oh yeah, I get it. Like, I don't know that he would be the guy that would write that on his helmet.
No,
I see what
and
you're
I
saying.
just don't. So bottom line is, I don't care. Really don't. It's fun with that they do things like this. I just don't think Sergeant Slaughter is the kind of guy I want that kit with. It's not what we've seen from him before, right?
Yeah,
deviation on dress and deportment.
Pretty strict. The Sarge is. Starfighter's here saying he got Sarge. I just kind of screwed around. Like, I wasn't in my office because I am no longer a premium member. I don't have Pulse Premium anymore. Don't know if I'm going to keep paying for it. Honestly, I don't know.
I've
that
listened
I'm
to
going
you.
to renew it.
I've listened to you talk about it so much over the last couple of years. I'm thinking you're done. I'm saying that as your friend. I'm like, no, you won't be continuing. I can tell.
Well, the thing is, over $75, you still get free shipping.
And what isn't over 75 now?
Exactly. I'm generally ordering 2 or 3 figures at a time or something like this. Very rarely does anything I order from them now make like a deluxe figure that's separate or something. But the thing to do is bundle the shit together. And when they figure it up, they're going to figure it up at that value. So, say it's $149. Well, part of that's going to ship first. Like, it all, unless it's the figure wave, and even the figure waves don't ship together. But when you make the order, if it's over $75, you're not going to pay shipping, even if they ship the stuff separately. That's the way to get around that. The only thing is for the exclusives, like the hour, right? The hour that everybody fights when and screams. So I wasn't in the office when it went up for non-premium members, and I got back to my office and it was like, 1:15, because that was my time when that happened. And I was like, I wonder if it's still there. And I looked and I'm like, oh yeah, I figured it would be. It's still there. And I sat there and looked at it, and then I started doing something else. I just never actually wound up ordering it, but I do want it. Lego Star Wars kids in the house saying hello. I believe everything at this price point has not sold out. Maybe when it starts shipping, it will sell out, or maybe it hangs on for a year, like the all, then goes on sale. I think that's what's going to happen for sure with the despoiler, and probably with this. The only thing with this one is it's a Pulse exclusive. That may or may not mean anything later. The despoiler, more places had it. You can get the despoiler at Amazon. They had it first. GameStop. So the only thing about this is it's just a Pulse exclusive, but so was the All Striker, right? So who knows? But I don't see me renewing premium. I feel like War Chest feels. If you're going to pay $50 a year, you should be guaranteed to get what you want in that first hour. If you're paying for the privilege.
Woody's making the point. You're paying for that early access, right? But even you're competing amongst yourselves as premium members to even get that now, right? Like early access doesn't mean you're not going to get sold out within 2 minutes, and it should mean that
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
So for me, I'm looking at your shipping and handling benefits, your supposed early access benefits. I'm like, I don't see any of that being enough to drive the collection at this point for a lot of people. I get, like, if you are on the fence, but for a lot of others, they've found other options out there that maybe are less stressful, right? So Hasbro Pulse is not the only place. VBTS, others can get it. Entertainment Earth, what have you, right? Like,
yeah,
whoever.
I usually wind up getting it from somewhere else anyway, Walmart or Amazon particularly. Let's see, B's Battlegrounds in the house saying I only ordered one. Was never a fan of it. Hoping this changes my mind. What's up, B?
I really want to put a snowblade on the front of it because it to me seems like the perfect Canadian winter vehicle if it's clearing parking lots in the spare time. So
you can use the mini guns or the missiles to take out anything, and then in front under the snow, you're making a drift, and then use the plow and just clear it out.
But what the Triple T does remind me of is like in the FOBs that we had overseas, like the forward operating bases, if you had run up positions, you had to shuttle guys up to vehicles on. The Sergeant Major would get like this little, we call it a gator, like the little off-roader six-wheelers. And it reminds me of a Camp Sergeant Major's gator where he'd run ammo and things to other people and fix positions in this Triple T, right? That's what it kind of reminds me of.
Yeah, I mean, ever since somebody said that it looked like a tractor, I can't unsee it being a tractor now. So
yeah,
I need Dookie to paint one of these. No, Dookie needs to paint one of these up in John Deere colors.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's what I need to see.
Just put a skid lift on there, and you're good.
And Brandon and Jedi Ben both think that the retro card Sarge will be the USA, and you're probably right. And also, yes, also that Carlos USA Slaughters just stringing us along to buy 5 other slaughters. The one with Mercer though was awesome.
I'm gonna just every time since the despoiler, I see this 110 price point, and I see the vehicle, and I'm hearing the feedback. I'm just reminding myself. Remember, Classified was never really destined to be a vehicle heavy line. We kind of demanded it.
No,
I don't think it was ever intended to go this way, man.
And I think once they started making them and they started selling, because we got like really the trouble bubble. We had the Ram, but like the Baroness thing cycle, but the trouble bubble, and people bought the shit out of that thing, and they were like, people actually like vehicles. And then I think they just kind of rubbed their hands together and they're like, these motherfuckers will buy anything.
Well, I think the Vamp catastrophe told them a lot too, and then they just got confused after that. Like, oh, they do have room for these. Oh, they really want these. No, we just really wanted that exact one because of when it came into the line, but you're not comprehending that, right?
Just wanted that one. Willie Springer is here. What's going on, Willie? How are you doing tonight? Thanks for joining us. Everybody is calling this Night Force Sarge and Night Force Triple T. I don't know they repaint the Triple T in Night Force, but I've seen a lot of people really say they'd like it.
I've been thinking hard on this because of the made to order system. And the way I see maybe a year from now or 2 years from now is maybe a made to order comes out with another vehicle 2-pack like they did with the Ferret and the Flight Pod. Maybe it's a Triple T and insert other vehicle of that size in there with the alternate colors available to it, right? So a Night Force version of this and a Tiger Force version of whatever, or Python Patrol, fucking whatever, right?
B saying they used gators to move from base to base without having to take a whole vehicle. Is there an armored version of a gator?
No, so so the gators are exactly what you guys would go hunting deer with in the back bush.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those, and we did that up until my second tour. The guys after the Battle of Massam-Gar, they got schwacked by an IED in a firefight while going from one gator from one fob to another. So we don't do that anymore. It was just inside the compound we use it. But I knew guys had, no doubt the Yanks did, right? But
yeah, I can just see somebody doing some A-team shit to a gator.
It's called complacency, right? You get complacent because it's been safe to do it for fucking months, and then one day it's just not. It really isn't.
Yep. So back to Sarge here. I don't know if they fixed this yet or not, but when I finally did get back and I was looking at the listing and reading through it, I noticed something, and I'll show you guys because I made a whole thing out of it. So over on my cousin's channel, over on Pop Blender, Usually not so much when he does his show with Matthew, but when he does his solo show, when he does his unfiltered show, one of the things he talks about that drives him crazy is how these articles, entertainment articles, whatever articles, so like AI is writing a lot of it, and when AI doesn't write it, and sometimes I guess even when it does and people slap it together, and we've seen this in newspapers, we've seen it everywhere, nobody proofreads anything anymore. We all screw up typing on our phones. Autocorrect gets us all. It's my phone is like getting dumber. But I was reading through the description for Sarge, and I found this. So Sergeant Slaughter is a premier drill instructor and special forces leader of G.I. Joe. He's proven that no obstacle is too difficult to overcome. So
that doesn't seem like something AI would make a mistake with.
The rest of it sounds like AI wrote it, but even if they didn't, like, it's funny because the rest of the description, reading through the listing, like if you read through everything, it's like Sarge wrote it. It's in first person perspective, which is hilarious when you read it and think about it. But I was reading through this and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, so of course it's supposed to be difficult. And I can see you maybe missing one of the F's or the I, but how do you miss FFI when you're typing this out?
And that's just it. To me, it's like the only way this passes any kind of check is if there's such a word as dickled, that the computer's like, this is a word. Okay, you clearly meant to use this word.
So I Googled it. I Googled Dickel just to be sure. I'm like, I don't want to make myself sound stupid if that's really a word that nobody uses. And every time I typed it in, it was like, did you mean difficult? Hasbro did. Hasbro definitely did.
So that's why I say that maybe this was written by an intern and they didn't use their spell check. They just didn't use anything to do this. Like, just handed it in, good to go. They did pretty good. It was like one spelling error, right? But an auto, any kind of check system should have picked that up.
We're gonna go back to that. I got one thing I want to show before we get too far, or before we get away from Sarge here. Did anybody see this in person? Did anybody see the Sarge in person? Anybody at SDCC here? Because something I keep noticing in the pictures of Sarge is right here where my mouse is. The sleeves are like ripped, but the shoulder, like the internal part of it, like with the cup looks like it's a very different color black. So because this is the figure, right? This isn't a render. So if anybody was there and saw it, does it really stand out this bad? I didn't notice it in the pictures from SDCC that we saw, but looking at it at these shots, it's really noticeable.
So I bet you anything that vest has like, well, no, I won't say bet. The way I would accept this being is if there was a black line going up the rib of the vest that matches that color, because those shoulders are canted up and turned. So it could just be the way that the paint is just turned towards the angle to get the arms pointed forward. They could be two-tone shoulders, but yeah, good pickup. But that is definitely different than the vest.
Yeah, it's very, and it's that way in every shot that you can see that part of the cut in. So I just wondering, like, it's weird, but we've seen them do weird stuff like that with color.
Another reason not to want the Sarge, right? You know.
Well, I mean, and I'm at the same thing that I'm in with Destro and the Despoiler. Like, I want the Triple T. I don't need that Sarge, even though I like him. I don't really care about the Despoiler, but I want Destro, and I'm not paying $110 for the Despoiler. So anyway,
fair enough.
All right, go back to our other slides here that we will get through. That's the wrong screen. Look, keep hitting the wrong button here. All right. I swear I have all of this pulled up and it's just right here. All right. So Shipwreck and Deming went up in stock. So of course we're going to talk about the fluffies for a minute next, but the Shipwreck and the Deming set, when this went up, like the fluffy sold out. We knew they were going to, figured this was. Everybody lost their fucking mind like always. But this one didn't sell out. I don't think this one ever sold out, and it's in stock. So if you look it up, this is in stock. So what happened presumably was the Fatal Fluffy was the rest of the stock from the show they didn't sell, and maybe this was too, and the Fluffy just sold out, and this one just never sold out. I don't know, but I just wondering who got Shipwreck and Deming. I don't think this one's going to be hard to get. I did not order Shipwreck and Deming, even though I really want it. I just screwed around and didn't order it. And there's so much stuff coming out. That was part of why I just asked around and didn't order the Sarge and Triple T yet, was because it's slated for October. There is so much shit coming out in October if it comes out on time. Yeah, right. September and October. And into November, I think the Hooded Cobra Commander, I think, is November, but it's going to be here sooner. I mean, B reviewed it today. Shark reviewed it. So we're usually 5 or 6 weeks maybe behind that. So did you order Shipwreck and Deming? You weren't a big cartoon guy.
I did. That was the one of the two that, well, both the Fatal Fluffy and this were the ones that I had to put the down payments on because they were SDCC, right? So, but yeah, I put it down. I wanted this set for whatever reason. If I don't like the characters, at least we can get a good custom out of 1 or 2 of them, right? But I'll say it. Once I had the 3 mass pieces, I knew I needed the 4th. And that was kind of what put me off the fence on this set. I was like, whatever, I'll get it. If I review it and I don't like it, you'll know in the review, right? But it's coming back. The Fatal Fluffy, I ordered because of the special box. I'm thinking I might just leave it in the box. I'm not a Fatal Fluffy guy. And I wouldn't even say I'm that much of a completionist, but that one, never seen a Fatal Fluffy figure before, so figured why not.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, like the dream list, the wish list stuff that we've done here, and me and Pop Blender have done it too. Like, before we ever thought we would get anything this deep into the cartoon, all of this stuff has been on my list, especially Fatal Fluffies and the Deming figure. And Brian, I am also on the lookout for a loose cadet Deming. If you find one, you send her to me.
Is that her in your pick? Hard to tell. No, I mean, it's time to start. Like I've been saying this a while. Like, we have the ability to say no to any set you want, right? And I've just explained. Some I'll say no to, some I won't. But the ones I've said no to have usually just been because they're a pain in the ass to get, so why fucking bother, right? Like Python Patrol and Dire Troopers were a pain in the ass for me to get, so why bother? And ever since I made that call, I look at stuff coming down the line going, I am not going to even try to pre-order this on the day it goes up. I'll see if I can still pre-order it a week later if I care, right? Feels good. It feels liberating.
It does, and then half the time I wind up getting it anyway,
but because all we've seen is it always ends up working out, right? Like months later, it's all sorted out. Everybody got their little thing. Maybe you didn't get it as early as you wanted, but you got it. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I do reviews. It'd be nice to get things early, but oh well.
Yeah. Once in a while, throw a dog a freaking bone here in the States.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they throw it. They just throw it in other directions.
Like, legitimately, this is such a first world problem I'm having, right? Every now and then I remind myself of that, right? Like,
so Cypher, when is the HAL shipping? October. So if something says October 1st, it's anytime up until October 1st. So all of that stuff I would expect to see in the next 4 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks. Maybe not the HAL. The vehicles don't always ship early. But that stuff will be here way early. Joe Fan 84 is here, finally off work. Time to hit that recliner. Yeah, so what Dookie says, by December, you're looking at almost 2K in product if you've only ordered one of each, because Arctic Hiss is going to be out around this time. You got the Howl, you got the Vamp Mark II, you got some big ticket stuff, not to mention like the figures, the waves of figures, the deluxe figures. We're all going to be getting hit with the new wave any day now. Those are going to start showing up somewhere, shipping, Amazon or Walmart, like the Armada and Toxo, like anytime now, those are going to start showing up. So that's kind of where I'm at with the Triple T. I don't think it's going to be hard to get, so I can kind of play the long game on it, I think, because shipping in October, again, another $110.
And it's not even just the Hasbro stuff that's affecting when I'm looking at this too, right? Now I'm doing more math. I started collecting with classified, and I've been doing it pretty religiously. I can give myself a pass if I miss the odd thing, that's fine. But if you're going to start working in shit like Gridiron, Ramen, fucking all these other aftermarket, you're adding to your bill. So at some point I'm looking at that bill going, I need to be okay if I do not order, a Triple T or this other thing, because I did really want this other thing. Like at some point, it's okay if the idea of what your collection looks like changed for you. Just because you started dedicated to Joe doesn't mean you have to die on that hill.
Yeah. And that's kind of also where I'm at, because I collect ramen stuff. I like ramen stuff. So I've got that. The other thing in October is that Titans Toy Expo here in Nashville. It's actually in Murfreesboro, but not everybody knows where Murfreesboro is. It is also in October, where there are going to be 4 new Savage Crucible figures, 1 exclusive and 3 debuting at the show, at least 1 Vala figure, and he's probably going to have the extras and some of the other stuff too.
Oh, you should,
that's on top of the Joe stuff that's hitting in October. So it is getting expensive AF. What's up, Todd C? Maskless Snake Eyes. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure
we're getting at least one more before much longer. Brandon says he canceled the Arctic Hiss. So
I've considered doing the same. I've considered it.
I ordered the Arctic Hiss with the intention of canceling it. I ordered it because I didn't want to take a gamble on missing it. And I was like, I got a year, 10 months, whatever. The closer it gets, the more I'm thinking that I want to keep it, because they did that right. Timing it with the Snowcat, and they've actually finally committed to giving us a few more Arctic characters. So the closer it gets, I'm like, I may just keep that Arctic Hiss, but Jesus, man, I ordered Knight Rider. I'm going to order the Dukes. I may order one of the 2.0 or the new Vans. I'm like, dude, how much do I need? Like, what do I have to have?
Well, and that's just it. It's also like, at some point, do I have to put things away? Man, I don't display half of my Marvel Legends because of space. So it's just like, adding all these big vehicles isn't helping. And when I saw the Arctic Hiss, that was fine. That money, I was like, yeah, that's worth it. But I've seen a few other things creep in that really got me going, like the Gridiron Humvees and things like that, where I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe I don't want the Hiss as bad as I thought,
they got me the way they staggered it, and the marketing that we finally ultimately got to see kind of some of their plan for it was, if you got the Snowcat, like, what fights it? Just a bunch of snow serpents and Arctic bats? Because that's all you got.
But at $225, how loud is that voice? Do you know what
true.
I mean? Like, maybe I don't need the perfect display. Maybe I just need the display I can afford, and find a better way to look at it. Right? And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to guilt trip anybody or virtue signal. I realize exactly how that sounded to myself, but that's the reality of it, right? We are bitching about prices of plastic more than ever. And then we're like, and now you're making me buy this. Hold up. Nobody's making you do fuck all.
Right.
Right.
Matthew saying I'd rather buy the investigation table and the same computer console on that set for $25 from Red Atlas Creations. And GI Customs has made some awesome stuff like that too lately.
But so Matthew, here, I'm with you on that. The only side of that is that a lot of people are skeptics, and aren't you yourself a skeptic of 3D print, right? So when we talk about these third party who makes affordable options, some people just generalize that it's not worth it to do that. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm getting a major storm outside again, like I was telling you about, and I'm seeing my power flickering. So if you lose me, I'll try and come back as soon as I can.
All right. We're supposed to get one tonight here as well. Like there's supposed to be one coming through here tonight. I don't know where it's at. So hope not. We'll see.
I conjured one of those Leonardo DiCaprio schnooks that he was freaking out about. Now I don't know what to do with it. It's blowing shit over it there. So.
Right. Let's see. Wraith Mace is here. What's happening, Wraith? Good to see you.
Hey, buddy. And for the Empire.
3-star Crow, be honest, the Fatal Fluffy is just a really mutated book.
If only we had that. Yeah,
I think that's exclusive to another channel.
It is, and we copyrights and all that other shit.
Yeah, if you watch that channel, you'll get it. Yeah, that's funny.
And that's just it. The Fatal Fluffy to me, I don't really need to take him out of the box. The photos have done me well. I just want the box. I want the figure.
So let's talk about the Fluffy. I like this. I wish it looked a little more like the cartoon version, but I'm good with this one. I think it's awesome. I've wanted Fatal Fluffy since day one, so I'm not at all I'm not mad at this. I did order. I got 2 Fatal Fluffies instead of going ahead and getting the Shipwreck and the Deming, because I think out of the 2 of them, the Shipwreck and the Deming is going to be easier to get down the road. Although they did say they made plenty of both of this set. So maybe next year, baby, these are on the Pulse sale. But it went up. It sold out in a minute, like a minute or less. And then turns out that was most likely the rest of the SDCC stock. And then when it went back up the next day, which was when I got to order it, no longer Pulse Premium, it's been up since. So the panic was real, but it really just did what it always does. So I wasn't worried I wasn't gonna get this. I just hate, like I said, man, I hate seeing this stuff when you're paying for premium. I hate seeing it sell out when the people that are paying for premium don't get a chance to grab it.
This is what
is that, South Park?
No, American Dad, the Krampus from fucking American Dad is exactly what this guy reminds me of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never really watched American Dad, so I didn't know.
No, I love American Dad. So that's how I got to speak American. That's how I learned your history.
When it first come on, I watched it, but I just kind of trailed off. Matthew saying I am skeptical on 3D printing. 12-13 a piece, it's worth the cost. 500, it's not, maybe not. And I'm kind of that way too.
I'm sitting at over 1,000, disagreeing with you right now. We'll see in a couple of years, right? But I'm telling you, you're wrong.
So Fluffies, they're still up if you want them. By all accounts from the people that I've seen that have it, people really like it. People really do like the Fatal Fluffy that got it and took it out to mess with it. Ray saying, wow, that's insane. Hasbro's no excuse for that. Start over. That's insane. Hasbro has no excuse for that. I've been collecting Joy Toy Warhammer and things go up for pre-order for a few months. and then the orders go out. Never has something been sold out. It's weaponized FOMO.
Well, the way Joy Toy is handling their pre-order and merchandising is just, it's a completely different discussion. I've seen what the order systems, and he's right. You have all the time in the world to pre-order something, and nothing's going that far out of stock. They're prepared to print it, right? So
exactly. Justin saying, I heard that, whatever that was.
No, it's just
not
everything.
Not knocking anyone who buys classified, but these prices are getting ridiculous, and you're seeing like people here, even in the chat, are like, I'm buying less. Like, still like the line. I'm just cutting back because their prices are getting out of hand. And I agree. I have cut back as well. And yeah,
I never
like
really
Hasbro don't like money.
And I that was the thing I really didn't launch into, was troop building. Unless I was getting things on sale or really lucky deals, I was the guy that would say like, oh, that's that. The Frag Viper, 1. How much for this one? 1. Like, just a sample of everything from the line, because the prices were not reasonable. They never were for a toy, but that's a collectible also, right? So then you decide. These things never hit me once in the face. Like, I know Pumpkin, you guys are crazy about these, but I'm just like, no, pass. Easy.
I didn't order this, but I do like it. And if he gets these at Yojo Depot, I will pick them up from him. Because he gets a lot of the Super 7 stuff. I mean, even the exclusive stuff, he'll get it in down there because he does a lot of business directly with Super 7. So I have the other one. I've got the single one. I actually meant to grab it and put it over here for this, but I like these. I think they're neat, and I think $50 for 3 of them is a good price for what these are comparatively to what a single one was. So I think these are neat. So and I think they'll look good like with the Hasbro one.
For sure. I just can you Wraith Mace is getting out of here, so I just want to get to his comment because I gotta tell him. So he's always had me on Joy Toy, but there's one that we're talking about. They call it the Blood Crow. Like, there's ones that go really well with my channel and armies that interest me. Anything that has to do with Crow and Ravens, and they have all that, so I'm gonna buy some more. But the Blood Crow, I wasn't able to pre-order in time. The pre-orders got filled, and we can't get it in my area. So Wraith Mace, if you know where to get a Blood Crow, let me know.
Thanks for stopping in and hanging out for a few, Wraith. Always good to see you, man.
Absolutely.
All right, and Lone Dragon saying I'd buy 2 Jim Bro Skeletors if Mattel would sell them to me. They were up at Entertainment Earth. I don't know if they still are. They're probably not by now, but $60 for the Dream Date, and with 50 for Jim Bro. You get more for your money with the Jim Bro. A lot, and that's why I don't understand why that one is $10 cheaper. I would like to have the Jim Bro. I'd like to have both of those. I can't sink that into that, even though I'm, like Skeletor. But next one was the Super 7 Trouble Bubble, also $50. I have no interest in picking this one up.
No.
However.
Yeah, I have nothing to say on Super 7 as a whole that would benefit anyone.
I like them. I like some of the one-off stuff. I like my favorite characters. Like, I've got the Wild Bill. I have the Chuckles. I've got probably 6 of the Cobra Commanders. They're good wall art, but I have a hard time paying full price for them.
So Super 7, it just seems to me like one of those ones that just needs warnings all the time. Like, warning, this toy does not fly, right? Like, it's just, I've never heard good things follow other than they just remind me so much of the cartoon, and that's why I love them. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Nothing I've heard has sold me to even buy one. I think I have a Super 7 Cobra Commander, and it's in the box because somebody gifted it to me, and I was like, thank you. Never taking it out.
Well, that's as far as with the G.I. Joe stuff for most of the time. Like, that's been their bread and butter, is they've made figures that you've always wanted, but for so long they made so many of those figures in the regular 5 POA reaction. Like, they were they're too much for what they are, even if it's characters you might have already, always wanted. Now, a little bit better since they're doing the reaction plus, more articulation. You still don't get jack shit for accessories with them. But I do like them. Like, I will pick up a select few of them.
Oh yeah, and I don't question the intelligence of anybody who buys them. I know everybody's listening to the disaster stories and have their own good stories to balance it. It's just definitely not my preference, and nobody's ever going to really change my mind on them. I can tell you that now. Just right. I'm stuck in the mud on it. Not my thing.
Yeah. So, and nothing wrong with that. It's, put that money somewhere else on something it is. It's what we've been talking about. Starfighter saying I spent over $300 on my gridiron Humvee. I just received, and I love every bit of it. 3D printing is the way of the future. I want a headquarters. I've seen a 3D printed headquarters in person. It's freaking awesome.
And I mean, it's not like I don't understand where Matthew Matheson's coming from on it degrades over time, or perhaps your environment, if it's too hot, it causes it to melt. All these other things. It's just me sitting this far north of the border. I found my climate. I had no worries about that. Never does my area get hot enough on a consistent basis to worry about melting. But also, once you get a gridiron and it's 3D printed, yeah, you're not going to play with it like it's a toy. But are you honestly playing with all your Joe stuff like they're full-on toys? Like, are you rolling your vamps down the driveway and doing jumps across your ditches with your Awe Strikers, or are they just sitting on a shelf? Like, that to me is the argument, right? So
you ain't doing it with the All Striker. I do it with the Vamp.
No, I mean, you can, and it's good that you have the option, but that's why you call it a toy. I don't call gridiron a toy. I call ramen a toy, but gridiron is not a toy.
I wouldn't do it with ramen. I'd do it with the Vamp. I'd do it with the All Striker, knowing that it's just gonna tumble and fall apart to pieces, but I wouldn't do it with the racer. No, I'll take it out, but I ain't like, let's see if this thing will stay in a straight line.
Well, ramen is a toy, and that's why he's running into problems, is because his toy functions have some issues, right? So, but it's definitely a toy. Gridiron is a replica with some mobile parts, right? So it's art to me. Yeah. And it might not be sturdy, but it's certainly, to me, worth the money you're spending on it.
That's a good way to put that. It's a replica and it's art, because you wouldn't. So that company that Ramen partnered with to make the Knight Rider, and I can't think of the name of them.
Can't either.
Right.
Somebody knows it. Throw it in the chat. Yeah, if you guys know the company's name.
But they're just completely. But like their stuff that they make, like, you're not gonna go out and play with it. They make replicas. They make proper replicas. So, and Nolan is here saying, Super 7, finally. I like their reaction line. I just don't care for the price. Way too much for 5 POA. I definitely agree.
Yes, you're stuck on that point like I am.
Factory Entertainment. Thank you. That's it.
No, and that's the other part too, is 5 POA. You're charging me for my nostalgia and what I accept. I wish was different back then. I get to appreciate it now. No.
Exactly. Justin saying I went back to just buying 1/18 375 4.5 5-inch figures. Wish Hasbro offered the classified figures and vehicles and 1/18 50th anniversary scales. I think a lot of people do for the space issue, if nothing else. I think a lot of people would.
And I think that's exactly where Joe will go when all this is done. Whenever classified is end, they'll just go right back to doing a 4-inch line or something small and collectible again. So they can hit all the things that we said we wanted in classified and didn't get. Right? Hey, we'll give you a retail hovercraft again. Woo.
Yeah, because there's so much stuff that they just can't do. Like, I think people would want it, and I think a lot of people would buy it, but the majority won't, just because of the space and the money issue.
Yeah. So moving on.
Yep. I am going to run to the restroom real quick. If you got something you can talk about for about 2 minutes?
Oh, fucking for 2 minutes. I guess I will open one of those figures, or should I? No. What do you guys think? Okay, yeah, you give me the screen. I'll run the chat for a minute, and then you come back as soon as possible because I'm winging it.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay. So, first off, I keep pulling this up. This is the only Sergeant Slaughter I need. The factory defect Sergeant Slaughter that he autographed for me at Joe Fest. Don't act like I didn't pay for it. I sure as fuck did. But yeah, that's the last Sergeant Slaughter I need to add for my collection. So my Triple T, I don't care if it comes with Sarge or not. What do you think, guys? Should I open one of these or should I leave them on card? First 3 consistent answers are what I'm going with. So 3 people say open, 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 and I'm opening it. If it goes open, close, close, then I'm keeping them closed. Somebody help me out, entertain me, give me an idea of whether I should open these or leave them closed on card. I get these for about $9 Canadian up here. Somebody bought the collection, put it up at my comic store, but they didn't have very many that I wanted. I got the bat and I got blood. Set on fire, says Lone Dragon. Carded, I guess, means leave it on the card. Okay, good. Leave them. Brandon, thank you. I've got 2 consistent. Open the bat. If I open one, I got to open both. Can't do that to myself. It's weird. Open, not too valuable. God, I've got a tie here. Save them carded. So I take that as 3 carded. All right. Anybody else going to protect? Open one, hang the other. Open like you were 5 years old, tear through the card. So these are the 2008 Hasbro product. They're good figures. Open there, Power of the Force. Open them both. Oh, you guys. Let's open a toy for fuck's sakes. Great. I'm going to open Major Blood first because he's the one that I actually cared for. The bat was because it was I was intrigued by the dry brushing. The thing I didn't like about the bat, I'll mention it on that. So my first one of these lines that I've opened up comes like a classified figure. Backpack with missiles. Do these missiles come off? All right, place your bets. All right, betting's closed. No, the missiles don't come off. Thank God. All right, so this is pretty basic. It's Major Blood with a backpack. Does his helmet come off? No, thank God. Dog tags would come off if his head did. All right, I'm already in love with it. Backpack pig in. Good fit. Can't complain. All right. His stupid blaster as opposed to his cool blaster, the one with all the rockets on it, doesn't have a separate rocket. And I am done playing with this toy, aren't I? Does he have any articulation in that? All right, hang on. Hold up, yo. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some fucking elbow grease in it. Okay, so he does have elbow bends. I'm just going to break them if I keep pressing. That's cool. You back, Darren?
No.
No? Okay. It's the voices in my head again. There we are. So we'll put him on his little standy stand. Oh, Jesus. There we go. I don't know. I'll run him under a hairdryer.
Liquid Identity's here. Got a box full of 2010-ish Joes. Can't stomach displaying them.
Well, I was ready if they said open it, right? So I brought out, Chachi versus Fonzie. I love you, little Chachi. Get the fuck out of here, kid.
Just a little baby.
Just a little baby blood with a little baby blaster. But yeah, it comes with the one gun and not the other. Notice that. But I do like my classified better, but it's not terrible. Nothing happened because I opened it. World didn't fall apart. But man, I'm worried about now. It's because of classified trauma that I'm bending these with the most I'm so scared to bend this arm. Like I'm looking at the joints going, this is the kind of tension I feel right before my figure snaps. So we'll put that down.
I shall call him Mini Blood.
Mini Blood. He will kill the small things I don't like. Let's see. The bat, because I said I'd open them both. I can't open one and not the other because I'm a punk ass bitch to my cravings. Right? I always pretend like I'm in control, but you notice I left it to the chat. I let them vote, and it didn't matter what they said. I just went with yes. Because I'm a man child. All right.
Gotta open the bat.
The backy.
Yeah.
The packy. Yeah. That's not
I like
bad.
that. I like the wash on there. It looks really good. Uh-oh. Oh no, the storm may have got him. Crows. It looks like the power went out. Like it went dark, right? Right as he was showing it and talking, the power went out. And that was the last known photo of crusty old Crow. Damn. Right when he was showing the one that we really wanted to see too. Oh my God. What's up? R.I.P. Crow. Zero dark crusty. Oh my God. At least his hand isn't closer to his face. The aurora borealis took Crow. Oh my God. That's great. I didn't suggest it to him, but maybe if his power don't come back on, he'll come in on his phone. But he's also kind of known for not charging up his devices, so I guess we'll see. Like that's exactly how every zombie apocalypse movie starts out. Somebody gets cut off mid-conversation. I think you remember I guess it was in both of them. I was trying to remember if it was Armageddon or Deep Impact, where they're talking to him like in the shuttle and like they're talking and it cuts in and out and then it just drops. I guess that happened in both of them. We got cows. I would give him a minute to see if he comes back, or he might message me, let me know what's going on. He did warn us, so we'll see what's going on. If not, I will go ahead and get into the topic and see what you guys think about where we were going with that. So hopefully Crow is okay. We were supposed to have like a whatever 2 out of 4 or 2 out of 5 storm here tonight. So I don't know where it's at. I haven't looked at the radar, so hopefully it will just hold off. Yeah, Starship Troopers. Yeah, you guys both said it at the same time. Casper Van Dien's talking to his parents, and his dad's like, just come home, you fucking loser. And then the bugs got him. Crow said he lost internet. He is coming back, so we'll give him a second to come back in and see if he has his bat ready to go. It's like he's over at Pop Blender's house. Starship Troopers was a badass movie, man. I love that first one. Dina Meyer. Rawr. There he is.
Yeah, I told you the storm was kicking our ass up here.
Yep.
My internet right the fuck out.
610 says, "What's up, 3-star, my friend? Don't lie, you kick Crow's ass out."
Is it the cussing? Is it the cussing I'm doing today?
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
Okay.
You got that bat open?
I do. He's got a little hand. Got a little teeny hand. So the only thing I was saying that, like, if you compare this to the classified one, it's fine. I like this one. I like the dry brushing and everything like that. But with the classified, now I appreciate that on the classified one, they added a little side peg to add even more accessories, because now I have nowhere to put this little guy, this little detachable fist that it comes with. So, but overall, it's not bad.
That goes under the couch.
It goes under the couch. I thought it went between the cushions, but under works. Yeah. I thought, baby chew toy. We just let babies swallow, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, it says either way. But there, we're done. We're done opening figs.
All right. I don't have anything I can open. So we're not here to open stuff, though. So
open their
minds. For the interlude. I just watched Total Recall. Open your mind, Quaid.
Open your mind, Quaid.
And the dude's staggering around while Quado's blobbing out of his stomach. The dude's just like he's dazed in a fighting game.
Jesus.
Oh, the shit! The moose kicked over the satellite dish.
Yeah, man, we've been having a lot of tornado warnings lately and heavy rains, so it was just. Oh, it's been sucking, but that's the first time it's affected the internet in the last few. So be watching for that.
Mine randomly went out last night for some reason. 4
Yeah.
Starship Troopers.
Our moose use different tactics completely, anyways. They would never do
the
this.
Moose,
Yeah.
the moose gore 'em. I've been watching the moose. Have been watching too much news, trying to copy the bison in Yellowstone.
Yeah. They don't go after the internet. They go after the spam mail stuff.
That's right. All right, so let's talk about our topic. Did Hasbro lose the plot? And we're not going to pull up a ton of slides. What we are going to do is we're just going to pull up Action Figure 411 because they've got a really good visual guide and it's a really good way to look at all of the stuff that has been either come out or is on the way out.
Sure. Can we preempt this with a second for here?
Yeah.
So yeah, first off, like my stance on this is all going to be clear because I have a memory, right? And a memory of my uncle who I lived with when I lived with my grandparents when I was a little kid, when I was playing with G.I. Joe, lived with grandma and grandpa for a while. My uncle, he was 13. And I remember when I got G.I. Joe, he was only like 10 years older than me or something like that. And I remember him looking and going, that's not G.I. Joe. Like 82 and 83 and on, that's not G.I. Joe. And he would hold up his 6-inch or like 12-inch Joe with Kung Fu battle grip and the velvet hair and the clothes that you could take off the Joe, right? And he would say, this is Joe, right? And I had to hear that my entire upbringing. So I just find it funny when we talk about how things are or aren't Joe, because I remember growing into that line, and when Tiger Force came, I said, that's not Joe. That's reuse, and they're just repainting it and making it. It's so clear. And then when these guys joined G.I. Joe, right? And nobody acknowledges this, that Street Fighter is a part of G.I. Joe, right? So we had the same talks. So we're having the same talk with this iteration of Joe, and everything I say about it is in that vein of thinking. It's tongue-in-cheek, it's whatever. The old man says we've heard this before, but it's not like I don't have compassion for what people are saying right now. But,
Yeah, so the line started out being something different. We had the Operation Blackout game, and those first characters were based on that. And I was not collecting the line yet then. I did not get in until somewhere around here was where I jumped in. So back at the beginning, so you got this Duke here that had the weird ass laser M4.
Yeah, not rugged Duke.
Yeah,
clean Duke.
Let's see, we had not quite V2 Roadblock for the very first figure in the line. Like, who would have thought? Who would have thought Roadblock for the first figure in the line?
That is actually one of the few inbox figures I have is my Roadblock.
I've never opened that Roadblock, not because I don't like it, but because by the time I got it, I already had the heavy artillery Roadblock, and that is my Roadblock.
Yeah. No, I bought this one just because it was number one. Right. So that was it. Leave that one in the box.
I've got him. I have him boxed too because that was my main goal was to get. I wanted the first 100 figures, and then after that, I would get whatever, pick and choose, which I didn't start doing for almost another 80 figures or whatever. But so where, like in the beginning of the line, it didn't take them long to get just a little bit off track because, right here we have the Red Ninja was number 8. Like, we were not even up to 10 figures before we got the Red Ninja. Now they were in the comics. I think were they in the Deke cartoon? I'm not as familiar with the Deke
My
stuff.
question is, were they fodder in Operation Blackout? Like, were they just somebody you just ran around killing droves of red ninjas
I
on
think
top of
so.
Cobra troops?
Yeah, I didn't get that far in the game, but probably
I never played it.
somebody will know.
Yeah, so
I bought it later. Like I'd already heard everybody talk about like it's not very good and whatever. And I see the pictures and some of the gameplay. I'm like, it looks just like playing the cartoon. The graphics are awesome, cell shaded graphics. Like it looks great, but the gameplay was so bad. I couldn't endure it. So
that's what I
the
heard.
aesthetic was there, but the gameplay was awful. So somebody will be able to tell us if that red ninja was in Operation Blackout.
Yeah, that's fair.
Brian saying his first were Cobra Commander, Snake Eyes, and Scarlet. So I knew they were out. I saw them. I wasn't really collecting a lot at that time, but I still walked the toy aisles and I saw them. And when they first announced this guy, like way back in, was it 2020, early 2020, maybe, when they announced that they were doing this one.
I still don't have that one.
I actually had a Facebook memory pop up and I didn't even remember it. But when I first saw this back in 2020, late 2019, whenever it was that this first come out, I saved this and I found it. I didn't know it showed up. I had no idea what Hasbro Pulse was. I did not know that until I saw the promo that they were doing it. But I shared this on Pop Blender's page. I was like, look, man, look what they're making. And then I forgot all about it. So then I started seeing the figures in stores, and Pop actually started collecting them before I did. He had 5 or 6 figures before I ever bought one because I knew if I started buying them, I was just going to jump in head first, which was what I did when I started buying them. But so these first few, so we got the red ninja there. Yeah. Roadblock. Yeah. 6 variants. Yeah. The first 6 all had variants. Right. And then we get into the Cobra Island stuff, which was a little strange. We got this Roadblock that
Nobody's seen the like. I love that Roadblock. Like, I went on record saying, like, I get nobody likes this, but I thought that was a really cool take on him.
I know, I do too. I thought it was a good looking figure. It just wasn't my Roadblock, you know.
That was Kimbo Slice Roadblock.
Yeah, right. And then of course everybody was like, "Oh, that's heavy duty." Like, no, it's not heavy duty.
No.
But then we got these Cobra Island figures. Then the movie came out. They did Profit Director Destro, which was cool because that was an exclusive figure. That was a really hard, expensive figure to find. And then they made it pretty early in the line for the 6-inch. They made the best looking Storm Shadow yet as an Amazon exclusive, which is by all accounts one of the worst figures in the line. I've never opened.
Is it bad? I've opened mine. It is bad.
Because by the time this was an expensive figure to pick up on the secondary, at least when I got it. So by the time I got this one, I didn't have Ninja Force Storm Shadow as a kid. So I liked the look of this figure, but I already had the regular number 35 or whatever, regular Cobra Storm Shadow. So when I finally tracked it down, but I didn't have any reason to open it.
That is my top candidate for a retooling re-release, like what they've done with Major Blood or with the Range Viper more recently. Whether change it slightly or not at all, but do something with that figure to put it back out because it is technically Ninja Force. And you have your caveat. You didn't label it as such the first time. Now you can, right?
Yep. Let's see. Carlos saying, my opinion, Hasbro leaned too heavily on early Real American Hero 82 to 88, ignoring most of the other 54 years of history. Well, they weren't going for the audience that old. They were going for us. And
honestly,
most of us didn't have them.
Yeah, and that's a deep cut. Others have acknowledged that Joe Fest, one of the exclusive sellers, was a 5-head pack of a shout out to the original Joes of the 60s and 70s, like those 12-inch scaled ones. You could put them on your 6-inch for customs, but it's not to say I've heard Hasbro is well aware that GI Joe existed before '82 and has had ideas in that line. It's not just because we haven't seen it yet. As we're seeing now, if you want to use the kitchen sink principle, that's some of the first stuff that you'll find at the bottom near the drain, right? So,
yep, absolutely. Then see, we got Jeremy Kimberlin saying the Red Ninjas was just cheaper use of the Snake Eyes buck and the first army builder, so it wasn't in the game, I guess.
Sure.
Tony's Figs is in the house, and it's Jay Gonzo. What's up, y'all?
Gonzo,
what's up, y'all? Yeah, Kimberlin says that was his heavy duty. I think a lot of people heavy duty.
I was loving mine till my glasses broke on his, and I was just like, man, he looked so much cooler with the blades.
Yeah,
I guess I could just cut up some extra cop ones at this point, but
Jeremy saying Pimp Daddy was actually easy to find early. Oh, I meant the like the original, like what was he, convention exclusive, like the
fan club.
Fan club. That's the one I meant. It was like so hard to track down, so they made him here and way overproduced him. So I still like that Destro. I like the gaudy shit. So then we get the Snake Eyes, the movie figures, which we know how that went. Movie bombed, and during COVID, nobody was buying shit, so it all got stuck on the shelves, still on the shelves in some places. Somebody told me, probably in the chat, it was somebody in the chat on one of our shows that said they still had, their Walmart still has movie Akiko for full price on the shelf.
I saw her as recently as 6 months ago.
It's crazy. The Ollies that I went to at my old job, the one Ollies that I went to quite a bit, they had dwindled down, but they still had like at least 2 cases of movie figures.
Sure. So let's use the movie, because we've talked about Cobra Island in the movie, just to orientate ourselves here. At this point, do you think Hasbro has lost the plot on their G.I. Joe line? Where do they stand at this point?
I don't think by the time the movie stuff come around, I don't really think you could say that they had, because that was their new tie-in. The line was picking up steam because we did have some pretty key characters. So a lot of exclusives, the Snake Supreme Commander, the Baroness, Storm Shadow, Destro. So they were trying to use the movie to get new fans to go get the movie figures and then say, oh, they got all these other cool characters. What are these? And it just so happened that not only was the movie a gigantic piece of shit, but it was also during COVID. So I don't feel like you could say that they had kind of lost the plot here.
But this to me is exactly losing the plot. And it wasn't always their fault. But if you can follow a line of characters, the first group is based on a video game that utterly failed, right? Then they give you a bunch of like all over the place characters. The Baroness and the Coil is an all over the place set. Follow it up with Destro and Storm Shadow from unique looks of their era. A couple of Cobra, heavy duties in there. Yeah, you got Beachhead and you got some Cobra Troopers, but it's still all over the place. And then the movie and all of this, like you said, with COVID on top of this, to me, at this point, they had no fucking idea what the plot was going to be anymore. They were finding one.
Aha. Kimberlin saying, fun fact, despite being 15 through 19 in the line, those were waves 5 and 6 and came out after Flint and Lady J. Their release was delayed due to the movie being delayed. So this was all this was the stuff that was on the shelves when I got into the line, and I will tell you exactly where I got into the line when we get down the road just a little bit. So that makes sense. Like I said, I wasn't actively collecting. These were the figures that I started going back and getting because that's what was on the shelves. So that's good to know. So Flint and Lady J were right here. So we got here with the Cobra Island stuff that was out. Then the movie figures came out. So
Yeah.
I definitely don't think, because you got bangers in there, even though they're a little bit different versions, it's still the characters, Firefly, the Viper, Zartan. So then, that being the case, you could kind of say that there were, what are they doing with these movie figures? We're getting some good ass characters here. We don't need these movie figures, maybe.
I don't know, but after this, the line really picked up. Like, I think a lot of people jumped in after this. And I was like you, seeing what I see on the shelf. See you, Brendan. And buying them. But I remember, like, the first couple of figures I noticed were Lady J and Flint. It was good that Kimberlyn pointed them out, because I was saying no to the line at that point. I wasn't going to collect 6-inch figures, even though it was really enticing because it was Joe. And then just after that, I started collecting, going back and buying those figures, right? Because everything else was really kind of impressing me, like the Snake Eyes with his wolf breaker and his bike. Like after that, I was kind of like, okay, you got me, I'm in, right? But I still waited till I think Stalker was maybe my first Stalker or Spirit.
Okay. So the first one that I had in my hand is on the page here, and I'll say what that is, but all this stuff was already out by the time I pre-ordered for the first time. So the first ones of these I had seen in stores, but the first one that I really got to see and like mess around with, Hot Blender bought some of the Cobra Island line. His first figure, I think, was Major Blood, and I was over at his place, and he was like, "Oh man, I got to show you these new Joes." I was like, "Well, I've seen them, but I didn't pay that much attention to them because at that time, seeing them in a 6-inch scale was weird for me. I'm like, they look cool, but that just don't seem like a G.I. Joe figure because I'd never really thought about them being in this scale. Now I know the some of the earlier ones was the Sigma 6, but I was not into those. Even if I was still kind of collecting, I would not have been into the Sigma 6 stuff. So seeing the characters that I really knew and loved as kind of a modern faithful translation to the originals, that was kind of a shock for me, and it took me a little bit to get used to the scale.
And actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because for me, that scale, I was kind of hoping for this to happen. And it wasn't because G.I. Joe was doing anything for me. It's because at work, I had come across the McFarlane's military line. And he had all these great figures of real world soldiers and real world poses, very high detail, but they were like statues. They had almost no articulation. So I was like, man, these would be so cool if they were articulated. And then at the same time, I started seeing these Joe figures on the shelf at the same scale, but now having the articulation, just not real world soldiers. I was like, they're fucking cool because they're Joe. I don't care, right? But we're going to get to an interesting figure where I think it's a good example of kind of what we're talking about there.
Okay.
Where did you leave off on your list of wanting to talk about these?
So the very first figure, so once I got to look at them a little closer and a little longer at Pop Blenders, I'm like, these do look really good. And at that point, he hadn't actually opened any of them. So when we get to where I got in the line at, as far as ordering stuff, we're about to get to it. But going back while I was waiting on those pre-orders, the very first figure that I bought was the bat, because I love the bats, huge fan of the bat. So that figure was out. It was badass. I'd already bought the bat and the alley viper for a pop blender for like his birthday or something. And then when I decided to start collecting them, that was the first one that I wanted to go back and get, and I ordered it from Amazon, and like that was my first in-hand figure, was the original bat here. But so jumping or going out in left field, like robot android dude, well, we had him in 1986. Well, but we're going to see some of this stuff that's kind of zany that we had 40 years ago. Although 86 was the year that a lot of people were like, yeah, I think I'm out with these. They're not really military as much anymore.
Well, you were starting to age out, right? Like you were starting to
Yeah.
hit that age of like 13, 14, right? You were aging out of toys more than anything. So
I mean, I was still I'm younger than you, so in 86.
no, I just
I
mean
was-
these gaps.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
most
yeah.
kids, from whatever year they started, it would be like 5-6 years later at most that they'd be saying,
Yeah.
that's when I aged out of the line, right? Like,
So because my my last figures were in 92, but I mean I only bought 2 figures at 92, so
Sure.
it tapered.
Yeah.
So
we've got
we
guys
get
that are in their 40s and 30s that go, yeah, my first Cobra Commander was Battle Suit Cobra Commander or Battle Armor Cobra Commander, and I
Yeah.
collected for years after that, right? Like,
Yep. Yeah, Bat is still one of the best figures in the line. Other than the hips are just were always a little off with it, but they were all off a little bit with those. So we get the Tiger Force Outback. I thought it was cool they made Crocmaster so early in the line. That was one of the ones I picked up, like all of these here, like
yeah, and this is where a couple of points come up, right? Because we talked, remember, we're orientating this to when Hasbro had a vision for Joe that kind of matched what the majority of the fans were looking for, and everybody was kind of content. Nobody was saying kill the line at this point, right? And Tiger Force Outback was where they pulled in a property from the Brazilian interpretation of Joe. Like they were starting to do little deep cuts, and these were being accepted as cool, right? So, hey, the response to these are cool. So if you jump ahead a couple of figures and go to the Python Patrol, right? I don't remember the original Python Patrol, but between the Python Patrol Viper and the Bat, which one was invented for the Python Patrol just for classified? Because it was one of them. Like it didn't have
the bat.
Was it the Bat? Right.
Yeah.
So they're banking on the popularity of a set that they had before, reprinting it just to sell it into this line. And people were like, nope, that's a good fit. Made sense. I like it. Right. The criticisms weren't as harsh back then. Right.
No.
But if we were to do this stuff now we're a little bit more critical and skeptical about why. Right?
Yeah. So European.
Thank you. Yeah. I just remember the website I saw it. Yeah.
So they did later do the big Python Patrol set, but when we talk about the old days, we're talking 82 to 94. So in the in that line, so there was no Python Bat. So here you get into they're starting to dabble in the windowless boxes here. So, but again, talking about wacky stuff. So we got robot guys. Now we got robot guys in funky colors. We got the mad scientist dude here that, I mean, come on, he was a dentist and he gave himself.
But they're all integral to the line.
Right.
Right. All integral to the Joe line. No, nothing was sucked in from outside. This is what everybody wants.
Hadn't veered a whole lot yet. So
no. So Hasbro was banking on this property, and they were basically going down a checklist with wins, right? Anything from 82 to 88, yeah, win, double win. Hey, you know what we can fucking do? Let's not do a 2-pack for Zaymont and Tomax. Let's sell those bitches individually. Win, right? Like,
yep. And so somewhere on this page is the point that they knew the line was gonna do well. That was a question that I asked Lenny at Joe Fest. That was one of my questions when we got to talk with him. And that was what I wanted to know. And he said by the time they were into the Cobra Island stuff, they were starting to realize what they had, and how popular it was getting, and the distribution being so screwed up with that Cobra Island stuff. And then he said, then they started getting a little more freedom to do some other things. So you can kind of start seeing that show up down here, getting into a little bit later.
Yeah, because it started looking like the first thing they wanted to do is dial it back a little bit more to some traditional stuff and away from the previous, blackout feel, like the future tech guns and all that other stuff that they were doing. So, but they still got away with those Vipers.
Yeah, they still got that $90 Viper 3-pack. Good God, what were they thinking?
Yeah.
People bought it though, and then it went to Ross. Bobby, I like Bobby's comment. He was collecting classified from the start when they weren't mind blowing, but cool modern day take. But when they started laying a little more into retro is what really caught my attention. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I didn't love those first ones. I loved the idea of it, but I'm one of the guys that, at least in the beginning, I wanted to see the real American hero figures in this scale, in this articulation. I wanted one for ones in the beginning. My opinions have changed.
It might have been a safer road, but hindsight's, it's always 2020. You could always say what would have worked better years later, but it might have been a safer road if they had said, we're going to dedicate this to doing it as it was done, original line. So never change a weapon, never change a backpack, just make them realistic at 6-inch. But they decided to start modernizing stuff halfway through this line, and sporadically a lot. It started lending different opinions into the line from the same people, right? So if they'd done, G.I. Joe vintage as a 6-inch line and then said G.I. Joe modern as a new line, maybe that would have been less confusing, but it is now.
I think that's, hindsight's 2020, but I think that's really the biggest mistake that they've made with the line is not, by the time they get here where we're at on screen, they knew it was going to be, they knew it was going. This is when we started getting the Walmart exclusive retro cards, when all this stuff was clogged up and all you could find was Baroness and Destro and Gung Ho for a year. That's when they should have split it and done exactly what you said. They could have produced them all together, done whatever, but they I think would have satisfied more people if they had have said, okay, we're doing retro packaging. These are mostly going to look like the old figures and or the cartoon. And then they could have split that off again, as we're going to see. And then kept the modernized classified look with the Joe Pros, and then done a line of like keeping the original aesthetic to them. It would have been hard because some of those they would have had to, have 3 different versions of the same character. There's always going to be some kind of caveat to it. But I think if they'd have done that early, they probably would have kept a lot more people happy, or at least less confused about the direction they were going to go.
Yeah. And I love Bobby's point here. I'm going to come back on camera to speak to this because it folds right into what the original discussion is, right? He says, if they had a great cartoon or even the current EU comic where they first started doing classifieds, maybe those figures would have been a lot more popular. And it's quite possible, because this is the oomph for change that I keep coming back to with classified, right? Like, why are we doing a kitchen sink line, it seems, right? Whether it is or isn't, you guys can tell me, I don't care. But if it had those things, these characters would have been organically introduced into the lore through comics and through videos or another movie or something successful, some parallel medium. But Classified kind of been straying away from all the comics, and now they've got the EU comic. So when they introduce a new character, the only thing we get is like, hey, you're getting this guy named Sundown, file card to follow, Synapse, file card to follow, right? And you don't have time to really absorb the idea of the character coming into the line. But they are exactly what's needed, and you would get it organically if it had the cartoon still running with it, right?
Yeah, I think so too. And that's a good comment. But I don't think, like, when this line started, I don't think doing the EU stuff would have been as much of a possibility. I think the line and renewed interest in it kind of started that on. I mean, Transformers was never going anywhere.
But if you had replaced the EU, say the EU plot line started before Classified or on the same year it kicked off, replaced the game Overwatch and said, we're doing EU, right? Maybe that would have been the way to go. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the point, but yeah, without that triple medium, right? Remember, and the reason Joe took off so easily with us kids in the 80s is because there was a triple medium thread. It was a cartoon, it was a comic, and it was a toy. And the toy was being advertised as a cartoon in between cartoons, right? Like we were saturated with it. So new characters were always welcome. And now I feel like you can call it gatekeeping, but I just feel like people are kind of cemented in one story of Joe and saying the story must never continue in any way, shape, or form. And Hasbro's showing you, we have no intent of honoring that idea, right? We're doing it this way.
That's the way I look at it too. Like I started out just wanting not carbon copies, but modern articulation, 6-inch copies of what we had as a kid. But as I see some of the stuff that they've done, like particularly right here on the screen with the Valkyries, like I always wanted female Cobra troops. They were in the cartoon. The comic had some. They never made them, when we were in the 80s and the early 90s. I flipped out when I saw that they were doing this. Like, this is something that we needed. And there were people going, oh, we don't need girl Cobras. I'm like, they've always been there. They've always been there.
The gender arguments are always an interesting one to listen to and just be wondering, like, how is your life so different than mine that you're saying that? But that's okay. Like, I get it. We're all different people. But when it's about the gender, it's just weird things get said sometimes. And I was like, why are you being sexist about it? Obviously, cool troop builder character like the people have asked for, right?
Yep. And you got a super chat from 99 JJ Ace.
Did that go to your channel or mine? Who cares? But thank you so much.
He's watching on yours. It can't go to mine.
You know what? That surprised me, like a ninja chop of some sort. Do you got one of those graphic? Because we don't have a set aside because super chats never happened with us. So thanks again.
They don't. I'm going to give you the whole thing.
And you got your Judy chop, all right. You got your karate chop, and you got your ninja chop.
There we go. Thank you, Jace. Much appreciated, brother.
Man. Thank you. Let's see what Nolan's saying. One of the few retro cards I got was Beachhead. Missed the first one, wasn't paying the aftermarket for him. And retro Beachhead is such a much cooler and better figure than the Cobra Island one. Like, I don't hate the Cobra Island one, but what did I just say? Like, I like the original designs, and that Classified Beachhead is a banger of a figure.
Yeah, I really wanted the Cobra Island one, and I remember Aaron hooked me up with one, and I really appreciated that when he did that. And I was just shocked at, like, he looked so cool in the box, but when you got him out, he wasn't as, there wasn't much to do with him, and the weapons were so shit. But once I took that vest off mine, and I do have it set aside in the box, like it's not gone, but I like mine without the vest. Like, he's just a very lightweight, fast-moving beachhead.
And that Beachhead suffered from a lot of those Cobra Island issues with the hips, the drop down hips and balance because the legs didn't fit in there right. I mean, the worst one's Barbecue. I love Barbecue, but that figure is an absolute piece of shit. He's in the back corner of my cabinet, so no matter which way he falls, he don't take anything with him.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. So windowless packaging, remember the complaints of the time where, can't tell if I'm getting a defect or not. All these weapons are warped. I would have never have bought this if I could have seen it, right? And never mind, they were still being wrapped in boxes, but yeah, these were the
So we
issues
get,
of the time.
and we get right here is where we get to, we get the Valkyries, we get the Arctic Bat here. So some stuff that we didn't have,
Yeah.
94.
And nobody was complaining because they made the Arctic Bat really cool and it made sense, right?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I much appreciated, Jace. Much appreciated, man.
So I told you when we got to where I started collecting, and you know this, Crow, and guys that have been listening for a while, you know where I got in. So what I told Pop Blender back in sometime in 2022 was if they ever made Shipwreck, Scrap Iron especially, and Copperhead, if they ever come out with those three, then I would have to start buying them. And damn, if in the wave we didn't get Shipwreck, Rock and Roll, Copperhead, Torpedo, and Scrap Iron as a deluxe figure. That I think that is possibly still the best wave. And maybe I'm biased, but that is the wave that got me into classified. So they went up for pre-order in March, pre-ordered that wave. They weren't due out till September. And that weekend was when I bought the number 33 bat on Amazon. So by the time I made my first pre-orders, we already had all of these cool ass figures out. And all of this stuff was rotting on pegs. The Python stuff was at Target, Zorana, Dusty, Crimson Guard were at Walmart, everywhere here. Of course, Stalker, Tomax, and Zaymot. These were all just about all peg warmers. So I went back and I started catching up buying these Tiger Force Ram, Crop Master, the Snake Eyes. So where I got in, and of course, Arctic Bat and Valkyries, they hadn't released yet, but they come out around that time. Snow Job, all of this stuff was up for pre-order around the same time. And then by the time we got to July of 2023, we got to pre-order this SDCC Chuckles. Waiting on that one to come in, which I thought was awesome. And then we got Range Viper, Big Ben. We know about that. There's our first real army builder vehicle people wanted with the bubble. So this was when I jumped in with both feet and started picking this stuff up right here. Still all pretty much mostly stuff that we had as a kid, other than a few variances that some people liked, some people didn't.
Yeah, and so this was the part because I started just before that. I started like around Stalker Sprint, like or Spirit, like I said, but I wasn't seriously buying everything. I was buying maybe a figure every couple of months. And then I committed and went back and, like you, backtracked the line. But one of the things I noticed was the art on the boxes. I was really I was the guy that was defending every bit of box art on the windowless packaging. I didn't care if people didn't like the Cover Girl box or Spirits box or anything. I liked the idea that they were employing different artists for different characters each time, and you would get a different vibe from each box. The figure was always going to be the same vibe as the figure you bought before it, right? But these boxes could be different. And I loved that. And when they got rid of that, I was like, oof, I feel like that's a big mistake. And I got that feeling compounded when we started getting into AI box art, not the stuff that they resorted to for most of these packages, but the retro line AI box art. That's where that feeling came back, right? So
yeah, I liked it. So I I like being able to see the figure. I like the window box, but like you said, a lot of this, like this artwork, like it's the figure. Like this is some of the figure photography, and then you get the portrait smaller on a lot of these boxes. They weren't all that
But
way, but a lot were.
but to drive the point at this point, right? Like, yes, there was some things that we didn't like about things like the Televiper wasn't natural to the Televipers we had, things like that. And like Sharky said, the one that got you in, that was an elite wave. And the reason we can say that is because all of those characters were massively popular characters from the cartoon, from the toy line, and a lot of the comics. Like they were hitting all the icons, and that was 82 to 86 was getting done, and it was getting picked off in order. But they did still slide in the odd character from like the 1990, right? Like Alley Viper, he was what, 89 or 88 or 90, right? Like they would slide those
90,
guys in.
90, I believe.
90, right? So two different collecting generations of kids were getting their Joes in the classified line at the same time, right? So
Yeah, Range Viper, like I couldn't believe how early we got Range Viper. He was 90 or 91. I
yeah,
couldn't believe we got him that early. But
but
so
if go
go
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say back to what what Adam said about that wave. So it wasn't just like three of my all-time favorite characters. You also had Rock and Roll, and then which is still one of the better figures that they've done, one of the better head sculpts for sure, and Torpedo, who was my first Joe ever. It was the first Joe I ever got in '83. I got Torpedo. So like when I saw that, I'm like, well, oh shit, this is what they're doing. Yeah, I'm in now.
And so they haven't lost the plot at this point because they're striking all fan favorites right away, right? They haven't had to.
They were making some figures that people really, at least at the time, were like, why are we getting this now? Like this guy.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because it was a Joe character that existed. That's not losing the plot. You're just giving characters cameos when you don't expect them, right? Losing the plot would be what we're at now, which is like, how do we breathe life into this line and still call it Joe, right?
This one's one that people were like, I don't know about
Yes.
this. And, I remember everybody was complaining about Shooter. Like, say, you either loved it or you hated it.
Exactly. But what had to be conceded was she was a deep cut, right? Because she was OG 13 that never went on the mission, right? So,
and then let's see. So we get this one that we've never had before that some people were like,
yeah.
I didn't. This figure was somebody got this figure for me. Purple Elf got me this figure because I wasn't going to order it. She's like, how do you not want a Snake Eyes? I'm like, I'm not a big Snake Eyes fan, and I've already got an open one. So wound up getting Butterscotch Snake Eyes, and this is a great figure. I love this Snake Eyes.
I like it. That I liked it enough, but he was the thing that made me go, okay, where's the rest of these desert soldiers that are going on this? We need more desert soldiers because really we just had him and Dusty, right? So he waited forever for support, like Snowjob did. Like, hey man, guys are coming to back you up.
But then, so here we might start losing the plot a little bit when we get to this guy right here. How divisive was this? You remember when we got the code name for this, like on with full?
No, I don't remember what the code name was for the mole rats.
Well, we got the name or the name dropped, and nobody knew what it was, and not the code name, but like what they were. They were mole rats, and people were like, "Is that the code name?" No, that's the figure, and it was out for a long time before we ever actually got to see what this figure looked like. And then you start getting why are they making zombie people? What the hell is this? Because we didn't really know much about the Energon yet. This was our first foray into Energon, was right here.
Yeah, and it wasn't a very strong explanation behind it. It wasn't followed up, right? Like, So I would agree this is where they lose the plot a little bit because I don't think they knew how to approach the plot yet with Energon. Like, hey, oh
Yeah.
wait, we're doing a comic series, we're gonna do a cartoon later. We've kind of dipped our toe here. And the reason I say that is if you look at Dire, which is another sub team they've made up for this line now, right? Didn't exist in 82 to 94 or before, right? It's got the framework of good structure. You need one leader and you need some troop builders. All we've gotten for the mole rats is this ill-defined structure of the same troop builder over and over again, just in different colors. There's nothing defining what this thing is doing out there. So I do feel like this one loses the plot a fair amount, and they've had more than enough time to correct that.
Yeah, we have not seen these guys yet in Energon. Like we've not. There's nothing other than the blurb. That's all we got, and that's why when these guys come out with the Night Force, all we got was what was in like the Walmart and the Pulse item description. Even on the fan streams, they didn't really go that deep into what they were to sell this character.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be an interesting conversation to be like, hey, what was the real reason you were driving this so damn hard and then left it flapping in the wind, right? But didn't have that talk with them. But yeah, the mole rats always stood out. That doesn't mean I hate the idea of mole rats. I just think they're incomplete. And that's like, man, you've lost your due relevance because of that. You should have completed this, right? Not just reprint the figure and paint them orange. Like new head.
And then, of course, we get our Steel Core 2-pack, Snow Serpent, which we had, which, people really excited for Snow Serpent. We get our Python Bubble. We get our Hiss figures. This was when we finally got the Hiss, was during this time. Again, we got us a female figure. Some people didn't like that one. That's my favorite figure in the set.
So that was, let's not overlook, because we're talking about whether Hasbro lost the plot or not. This was definitely a time I felt like they fully understood the plot. This, when they did that, HasLab for the tier unlock, they brought the fans in for a voting process on what their figures would look like for colors, right? They had the designs out, but you voted on the colors. Like back when Joe would offer you mail orders at flag points, like that kind of interaction was there. So I would say they definitely might have had the plot and saying, hey, do a fan vote every now and then, right?
Yeah, of course, I wasn't when the Hiss was up for order. I wasn't in the line, and my cousin had ordered it, and he was trying to get me to order it, and I was like, $300. It's like, like I can't. It's badass. Like I can't believe they're actually doing this, but I just can't give $300 for it, and so I didn't order it, and I picked mine up. By the time it came out in 23, at the end of 23, by the time it got here, I was like, oh yeah, I've definitely got to have this. And I paid more than that for it when I got it. So here we get two of our main dreadnoughts. Helix was another one. Like I had to look Helix up. I didn't remember Helix.
Devils do.
I didn't even remember. I didn't even remember her. And then an interesting one we got.
Yeah, sorry, just to remind everybody, Helix was another one where people were like, a lot of people didn't know where she came from, and they were again saying, what are they doing here? And that was are they losing the plot idea? And immediately dialed in because they were saying, no, this is the point where you need to realize that classified figures can come from a number of sources, not just the Dick cartoon or Sunbow cartoon or your original collection, but here we are, we're grabbing other comic properties that you didn't collect as a kid and including them. So it was kind of a warning sign that they were open concept from a while ago, right?
Yeah, that give you an idea that, hey, we're going to start stepping outside the line just a little bit. Carlos saying when Cesspool joins the line, the mole rats will make more sense.
I hope so.
I'm fine for both of those. I really want Cesspool. That's the only Eco Warriors character I want, but I want Cesspool.
My only argument is, go ahead, finish your point.
I say anything that makes the mole rats make more sense to other people. I love.
Yeah,
them.
and that's just it. It's having 2 iterations of mole rats and then not having somebody for them to gravitate to. It feels incomplete for too long. That's all.
IDW character, which surprise came before Dawn for Helix. Yeah. So we got this guy, which I also, when I first saw him, did not realize that this was a character that had been made after 94.
Yeah.
Because he was like, I wasn't going to get Shadow Tracker because I like didn't care about him. And I'm so glad that I did, because he's an awesome figure. But then here, like, who's this guy? This ain't a G.I. Joe that I know and love. And you remember when Shark Eyes got this like 6 months before? Nobody had heard of this when Adam.
No, and I don't think I was watching Shark Eyes when this came out.
He come out with this, and like it come out of nowhere, and people thought that he made it up. For it was months before we heard anything, even like about this, confirming this character. But
I have a very unpopular.
Not liking it.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
I have a very not liking it because it wasn't an original character.
Sorry, I've lost my earplug for a second there. That's why I came off camera, so I wasn't sure if I was hearing everything complete. Sorry to jump on that.
You're good.
Yeah, so my unpopular opinion on this isn't a very woke one at all, but I'll call a spade a spade. I got mad at the negative reception about this, not because they weren't right about, hey, they're just making up a character and some people didn't like this new character. But it was clearly, to me, it was like, hey, we need to breathe new life into the line, was one, right? Could see that coming a mile away because the characters were old and out of date and you needed some stuff. But also they didn't have enough minority representation. And I felt like that was a huge reason behind Parth Varma. He's not just an African-American minority or anything like that, which you would expect in the Joe line. He was, Indian. Right. Yeah. So it was just, we were living in a woke time. Here was a woke response and people are going to criticize it. I'm like, why can't you just fucking accept it? Because they at least made him look really cool and they didn't drive him down your throat with some agenda. He's a rescue paratrooper and he fits in the line. Let's move on. Right. Like that was my whole thing on him.
Yeah. I didn't get the criticism for it. I was like, all right, cool. I couldn't wait to get Wolf Spider.
Yeah.
Once I got him, I was like, he's not that great, but I do like him, especially since they forgot to send my NVGs with him.
Oh,
yeah. He's still missing his, the NVGs that plug into the helmet, and he was long sold out for them they wanted me to send him back and they'd send me another figure. I was like, I want the figure. I just want him to be complete.
Yeah. No.
So we get down here from some really good ones here, nothing too crazy. All stuff that we had. Of course, I was super excited. Clutch and Vamp, Mutt and Junkyard, which at that time was my number one most wanted anything, was Mutt and Junkyard, and got him.
Yeah, I remember that's at Christmas time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the end of the year, and I actually ordered him. Actually, I think I ordered him from AliExpress, or not CMD store, I think. Let's see, Pop Blender jumping in here saying, never once saw a single person make the woke argument, not once. Who exactly said this? Wolf Spider.
I would never say it was a majority argument, right? It's just, you know how certain comments stand out in when you remember a discussion, and there's always somebody that said something that really stood out. There was a couple around Wolf Spider that I remembered going, "This actually really sounds more ignorant than I think you meant it to sound," but it's there, you know, like.
Well, it was along the same people pop that were mad because we had a black head sculpt for Televiper.
Yeah, it'd probably be the same arguments.
They're out there. Like
Yeah.
I do remember seeing a little bit of it on Wolf Spider. The majority of it though was because it was a brand new made up character, but there were it's real American hero. Why do we have an Indian guy in the line?
Yeah, and they made him really cool, like I said, and I'm not pretending like that was a majority that I was hearing on that. I didn't mean it like that was the feedback. It was just pieces of feedback that I remember reading going, really, you're gonna type that? Okay, I'm gonna remember you said that. Wish I could remember their names, but we're talking about 3 years ago.
Yeah,
it was Pop Blender that said it.
Yeah, it was Pop Blender. We know Pop Blender hates diversity.
He hates it. Yeah.
But some of the Facebook groups are fucking wild west. And yeah, that was another big. That was really my main gripe with him was they used that shitty Falcon
shotgun. Yeah.
Yeah, all three of the named Dreadnoks made those remarks.
So moving forward,
I misread that. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Read that again closely, Crow.
Yeah, I know. I read it the first time before you put it on screen and understood it.
Oh, that's all right. I still got a banner for that one.
Yeah.
All right, where were we? Tripwire, Roadblock, Night Force Shockwave with the Ram repaint. People were kind of getting Ram fatigue by now. Marauder stuff. So this is one that's in the thumbnail. Here,
yep.
Here we go.
Yeah. So
divisive.
Definitely not losing the plot. You can't say they lost the plot here. They're definitely homing in on a specific plot at this point, right? Like, we are going to target this memory of Joe, which was the movie, right?
Yeah, and this kind of far away from the 40th anniversary. We know it's next year. But they put this out, and the people that were like, oh my God, now they're going to do Cobra Law. And you knew they were, as soon as this was confirmed, you knew that they were going to do Cobra Law. So as soon as you saw this, you knew they were coming. But again, this is a character that I wanted a classified version of, and they made it almost exactly what I would have wanted in one. I wish, it had a couple things on it I wish they'd done different, but for the most part, this was a home run for me. I love this figure, and I remember saying, if they can do this, like, I wasn't the biggest Cobra Law fan, but I can't wait to see what they do with them after how well they did this character.
I was the guy that said, I never asked for this. I never wanted this. And then I ended up with it, and I respected it. I always respected that it was there, but I never wanted it. But I was happy and impressed with it. But now that I've had it in my collection a while, I could give a rat's ass about its presence. Like, it just still, Cobra Law has its little place. And even this figure, I find, unless he's on all fours in front of Serpentor, doesn't even fit in with Cobra Law anymore.
Whenever I take Serpentor down and do anything with him, it's always the other way around.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Cobra Commander is my favorite character, so I'm a sucker for any version of him that they do. But I wanted this because we never had it. Like, we never got to see it.
And that's fair. And like I said, this is not an example of losing the plot. Like I said, it's them homing in on one. So the complaints aren't about, what they are today.
Yeah. My whole thing with the losing the plot was just people that were, as far as classified goes,
Mhm.
were going, "Oh, I can't believe they're doing Cobra Law. It's a waste of a
No,
slot
but
or
what
an
we're trying,
exclusive or whatever."
yep. And I understood the assignment, but it's also progressively as you show this, because this site's so good, it's showing you the linear release of these figures. You can see when we start getting to the end of this, we start pointing out more and more of these figures as we go because more things start getting introduced, right? And now we're starting to call things a kitchen sink line. And that's what I think we should close on is that whole topic and definition of what is a kitchen sink line and is it becoming one, right?
Right. It's adding new things to branch it out. You're a snakist. How dare you? He was once a man.
I know a
So
couple
here
of
we
ladies that were once a man too. So
that's right. Or maybe still are.
don't
All right.
revere them either.
So we start getting into some really cool stuff here as far as when we get to really see how they take something that might not have been so good and make it so awesome. We get into deep cuts here with Wreckage and the
Mhm.
Tiger Paw. I remember several months before we got to see Wreckage and the Tiger Paw for the first time, I had a conversation with Shark Eyes, and this was his most wanted figure that he hoped they would make. And I didn't even know who Wreckage was. I had to look him up because he wasn't an original character in America. I was like, dude, that figure will be awesome if they ever make it. And they did, and it was.
So
and then Quarrel.
Yeah, for pulling out of UK lines. But I just wanted to go back on Wreckage for a second. If you go way back in my channel, when I used to do figure customs and try doing them, one of the very first ones I did was Big Brawler and Wreckage as a 2-pack. And I bragged, Hasbro won't never do
Yeah.
these guys because they
Yeah.
were post 94, right? A year later, here's Wreckage. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah. And then immediately after that, it's also here's a good head sculpt for Falcon for you to swap, and we're gonna do Quarrel. And I remember everybody going, "Fuck is Quarrel?"
Yeah, it was like everybody was trying to go. That's Scarlet, but that's Scarlet's retro body. Why are we getting this way? Like, why are you giving us Coral before the retro Scarlet? Oh, okay.
Yep.
But I liked
Yeah.
Coral. I thought she was cool for that pack.
I do too. Quarrel wound up being a good figure, and she stands much better than Scarlet too for some reason.
Yeah.
But when we start getting into taking stuff that wasn't so good and making it good, I mean, this dude, like most people's like most hated figure from the 80s, probably him and Crystal Ball. Of course, we'll see him in a minute, but again, not losing the plot, showing what they can do with some of these designs.
No, and if anything, exploiting how problematic that plot is to stick to at times, right? Like you have to include these guys because you're doing the whole line. Make this guy palatable. Here's Raptor. Do something, right? If you look at the original fig and what they've done now, that was a lot of art going into that one, man.
Yeah.
So Bobby says, I wonder how Hasbro would do making a classified ice cream soldier, because some of the other oddball ones from after 87 that they have done have actually done pretty good with. And I've been wondering that myself about that exact figure, ice cream soldier. How do you take the taint out of that word?
I think they're gonna make it. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Ice Cream Soldier yet. I got no knowledge of that. I think they're gonna make it.
I can see it being a drop at any time, like they did with Stardust, or like here's another deep cutter, right? Like you didn't think that you're getting this one, you are.
Yeah. Sergeant Slurpee. So then we get to of course Nemesis Immortal was our next one. They made up this guy, the Twilight Guard, and really good figure. Nobody needed a Steel Corps commander because we had Starduster by now.
So I like that you're putting that one out there, because I think there was a plan or some sort of reason for the Twilight Guard that made it so like, yes, we want to visit it. We'll do one and done with this. You can troop build it. And then they slapped together the steel core. And to me, the steel core has always been an example of this poorly executed generic force that they wanted to do. Let's put it this way. I think if they had done the steel core right, there would have never been need for a retro card green trooper, but they didn't do it right. So there was, right? So
I agree. And they kind of went back to the beginnings of the line with these guys, because we got some of those original weapons here who strangely enough work with this set. But they kind of went back with the more modernized kind of look for the steel core.
yeah,
but
and I see Matthew's comment when you're ready there.
50th anniversary Shadow Guard homage. It was a great idea. Yeah, I remember people.
Yeah,
I didn't know that figure existed. I remember people saying that because I thought it was, entirely new back then. But I didn't know that Shadow Guard was a thing until then.
Yeah, I know, and I only heard that in discussion groups. I wasn't aware of it either, but it made sense. But that just made it clear, like this steel core trooper was the hostage taker of the set, and it wasn't a very good hostage set for me at all. And it was an example. It was an example to me of Hasbro starting to lose the plot a little bit, wherein they were incorporating utterly useless properties that nobody was even expressing any actual clamoring for, versus the ones that they were strongly asking for, right?
Yeah, it was kind of like, what is this? You couldn't make you couldn't make whoever, like Flash, like where's Flash? Why are we getting this dude? Right?
So, yeah, like, or finish Tiger Force, finish Mad Marauders, finish Night Force, but why are you doing these little 2-packs that lead to just nothing? Like, it's a clear troop build dig. And that was, to me, them going, yeah, we don't care about what figure is popular you're liking right now. We just want to see if we could fish a few more bucks out of your pocket and throw this one in there. Right.
Just gonna paint this guy another color and see if you guys will buy it. So,
and it happens again as we go on, like almost immediately, because where did you leave off? Not the Dragonfly guys.
Dragonfly figures, nothing new there. Of course, everybody, another really good wave was this Xandar Saw Viper Leatherneck dial tone. Of course, dial tone, damn near impossible to get. Dial tone was going for crazy money. This was presumably around the factory swap time with him and Heavy Duty.
Sure.
But we finally got him. He was awesome. Then we get this. We never had this before.
And that was, to me, like, I wouldn't say they're losing the plot, but again, they start coming up with a plan to get money. So they do a troop build with an accessory, and it was at a time where people were really building up that whole discussion of where's our play sets.
Yeah.
Like that was what was behind it. Right. So
yeah, play sets and small vehicles. And by then we'd gotten a few vehicles. Everybody had 2 or 3 trouble bubbles on the shelf, and like, all right, we need something to put these figures in or around to interact with. And they gave us this one.
And I wouldn't say this is losing the plot per se, but this is where they make a choice and say, yeah, we know what you want, but we're going to do something very different and hope that this works. Right. And it's modular, kind of what you're asking for. It's a play set, but you kind of want to buy more, right? Like more than one.
Yeah.
The one you want is a self-contained one and done play set, but the one we're giving you have to build up. Right.
Yeah. Designed to need more than one to really do anything with it. So
exactly.
So then we get another good set. We get our claw. Everybody was wanting to know where the claw was. We got it. It's fine. Another arguably good wave of figures. I liked all of them. Frag again. Are we losing the plot? Look at this guy. This ain't some kind of soldier. Why'd they make this guy some kind of robot android thing?
Nope, not losing the plot. You have the choice of putting the mask on. That you never have to look at that, and it's still a figure that existed in the collection. You know what a Frag Viper is. But I see why, because I remember those discussions too. Like, what the fuck's up with the face? Oh, we're trying something different here.
Which I I loved. Like, I didn't think I was gonna like this figure at all, and I wound up with 4 of them. One of them is traveling the country right now.
Yeah.
So then we get up to getting into some what the fuck kind of stuff. Of course, we talked about Crystal Ball. They did with him what we knew they were going to do after we saw what they did to Raptor. Like, there's no way Crystal Ball's not going to be awesome. I can't wait to see what they do with Crystal Ball. And then what's this weird green stuff they did with Crystal Ball?
Right.
Why does he have a Cthulhu head?
And why do I like it so much? Like, I want to hate on this, but I can't.
There were quite a few people that still maintained that, you know, this character was going to be ass, and, you know, they had to give him some gimmicky stuff to make him interesting, and, you know, and as soon as I saw this and they halfway explained it, because we did get a little bit of an explanation by the time we saw this guy, I was all in. Like, I was head over heels for this figure.
Yeah, and again, it had to be a Walmart exclusive to be the problem, right? Everybody liked this figure, so how do we make it a problem? Make it an exclusive. Good idea.
Yep. Made it exclusive. Yeah. They canceled the shit out of this figure for a lot of people. I was one of them. Made one of my rage videos about Crystal Ball being canceled.
But I always laughed because I was like, yeah, of course the Dire Tech had to be, you know, all or nothing, right? Because when they made this character, all they had to work with was, you've got a gun and you've got a lenticular shield. Do something with this. Like, holy crap, yes, they had to put a lot into that.
The whole design and concept stuff for bringing him up to classified standards to make one of the worst characters ever desirable will really deserve some kudos.
Okay.
Because people were saying this was figure of the year before they ever even got close to seeing it.
So we'll get to Dire in a minute, but I would say that at this point, just because they tweak and change characters to make, so long as they're still palatable and cool, and you have the option to make them look more like their original form, like including his head, that's not losing the plot, right? Crystal Ball can still look like the old Crystal Ball. Just ditch half his kit, you're good. So,
yep.
Right. But when we get further into Dire Tech, we'll talk.
Yep. And Adam saying, remember when Crystal Ball dropped here at Pop Culture and a whole bunch of your fellow Americans jumped on that when I spilled the beans? We got to see him at Joe Fest last year because of that, because you had mentioned that, and Loki actually had him, and we got to see him. I don't know, that was probably 6 weeks before he finally came out here, maybe. I remember us getting to see him at Joe Fest. Cthulhu's coming to devour us all. So Slice and Dice turned out great. Snake Eyes and the Polar Bear, people like that one, but again, people that don't like the cartoon, you know, the mass, that divided some people.
Yeah, and that whole mass line, we can get to that. I don't have to say it for the Divers or Breaker, right? Is a reminder that when you really stick to the plot, this is what it looks like, right?
Yeah. I still don't have the Snake Eyes, but I got the bear.
There you go. You get what makes you happy,
which was what I wanted out of that set. Snake armor, man. People were wondering if they could do snake armor, and they did it, and some people hated it because it wound up being a mech suit. This one also went on the thumbnail.
Well, what do you think the snake armor always was? It was a poorly constructed toy mech suit that you slapped a figure in like you would a piece of meat between 2 hamburger buns. Like, just because you gave this thing technical functionality doesn't change anything it was before.
Exactly. Like, you made it work the only way you could for this scale. Like, we talked about it, but way before we ever saw this, like, if they do it, it'll have to be a mech suit because of the articulation and the size. And I love the snake armor. It's so much fun.
Well, it's also we're not kids anymore. When we were kids, you could slap any toy down to in front of us, and every function it had, we might be like, "Yeah, that's cool. I like that I had that." But we weren't as critical about it as we are when we're adults and we're paying for it. And if you're going to put a hard, large piece of plastic in front of me, it better damn well do some stuff, right?
Yeah.
Not just be this clamshell idea coming back in a larger scale.
Yeah, it was fun to play with for what it was in '83, but man, it was just there wasn't much to it. It was just kind of janky. So Adam says they're gonna do it again next June, and looking forward to you being on time, Crow.
Yeah, man, I'm
Good
doing
job,
everything
fellas.
I can to make that happen. I like I said, I'm at a 75 yes on that one as far as percentage.
And Adam saying, let me ask you guys in the chat, skipping the Mars snake armor or picking it up? I did pre-order it. I wasn't going to, but I did. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the pre-order or not. I did because it was an exclusive, and kind of like what I said with the Arctic Hiss earlier, didn't know how well it was going to sell out or be available, so I did order it. It is never sold out on Amazon here. It's still available. You can go pre-order it now. I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to go ahead and get it, but I did order it just in case, because I do like it, and I do like the idea of putting it with the Iron Grenadier Squad.
So that's exactly why I resent its presence right now, because it's really testing me. I do not want a second snake armor. I'm happy with just having one. I love the colors on this one. And it does say, yeah, it goes good with my Crimson Guard and my 788. Therefore, I could do that. But what it's also doing is making me go, oh, now if I got that, it would look really good with that 788 flight pod, which I had no intention of buying that set either. Oh, dear. Right. I put myself in this financial idea and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have no intentions of picking up that set.
No. Right. But when they build upon the line, then you go back and go, did I make a mistake not getting this? And I think that's a factor for buying with a lot of people too sometimes.
So here we get to Cold Slither, and what's this? Could this be a hint? These posters here?
Beginning of the end.
Yeah, that's it. It's going
Gem
off the
316.
Cold Slither, like another one that people were like, I don't need this. This is stupid. There's not one gun amongst this set. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I would argue there was 8 sets of guns.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome to the gun show at the Springfield Theater. So,
especially on Buzza.
Wondering, elephant in the room, gym poster, hologram, Misfits, all of that stuff, man. So could it be an Easter egg? We'll get into it. Then here we go, getting down the line. Another good wave of figures, some divers, and then more dire.
Which I will accuse of being where we lost the plot. One point where we did, because this to me was a clear dumping ground for reuse, which happily was stylized extremely well. And it allowed Crystal Ball a place to reside more prominently, right? For all the work they put into that figure. So
yep,
that's how I see it.
And that's perfectly fine. I, on the other hand, like the dire stuff. I like the subplot. I like the story, I think, that we've seen so far with it. And I was not really sure about this either, but when I finally got to see it, I was like, yeah, it was, I think B was the one that got this one first. And after I watched that review, I'm like, this is freaking awesome. I can't ever remember when it's that far back, if it was B or shark, but I think it was B that got this one first. And I'm like, I really do like that. And I think this is the best reuse they have done in the line is this set.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
I can have a negative opinion on where its
Yeah.
origins are from and its intent. Still say it's fucking bangers, right? I don't necessarily think losing the plot is the worst thing that's ever fucking happened to G.I. Joe, by the way. So
no.
we'll talk about that at the end, but
So then more Cobra Law. We knew she was coming, and she wound up being pretty much perfect. Get a repaint of the battle bunker thing in Joe colors, which nobody bought, or at least
I did.
not as many people bought.
Yeah.
Because still, this one will definitely be one that, if anything winds up at Ross, this thing will. I didn't order it.
So this is the little ear whisper I want back to Hasbro. Like when we have that exact same discussion, right? Should have done the original play sets. You wouldn't have had the problems. Original play sets, right? Until they build something that connects to all this, that's just like you can't live without it. Like a G.I. Joe headquarters or a Terradome. These things are redundant. People are over them.
Yeah. And then Carlos saying it did finally keep up, or did finally sell out on the Pulse sale. I wasn't keeping up with it. I knew the All Striker did, but that's good. I'm glad people got it. You know, if I find it for $30, I'll probably buy one, maybe two. But
well, I mean, I like the appeal of them not being like, I hate that they weren't the original play sets, but I mean, like this gave your Joes on your shelf something to do. Like you could put them against this as a backdrop, and this definitely had its place in the collection. But
yeah, and you knew, I mean, as soon as we saw that Cobra one, you knew this one was coming. But these don't do anything for me. Like I had two of the Cobra one, and I traded them. I never opened them. But then right after that, we get another new character that's a bunch of reuse, which is still an awesome ass character. But
yeah,
all the people saying I already have a range Viper, I don't need this. Well, it's not really a range Viper.
it's a Grim Viper for all that means.
Grim Viper.
Kurt's around a drum of gun, ammo and a gun.
Get our Rattler figures, our disappointing Lifeline, Matthew's favorite army builder here, who
Mine too.
Some people did not like this figure. I think this thing is awesome.
I have like 6 or 7 of these things. I love these things.
Do you? I've got 2. Yeah. I almost at this show at FarleyCon, I almost bought another one. So the 2 things I regret not picking up at that show was another Night Viper and another Mole Rat Stage 2, because they had it for $25, I think.
Yeah. I never got good deals on them aside from what I usually get, but the reason I've troop built them, and I don't troop build much, like at all, and I troop built those because I wanted a squad of them, because like, yeah, they're Night Vipers, but to me they were like a SEAL Team 6, like a Cobra's Delta, right? And I wanted a squad of that, like not just a couple. Hey, Ender Collector, good to see you, man.
What's up, man? Welcome back. All right, so let's see. Matthew saying Grimm's cooler than I thought. Specific range Viper, same here. And Pop saying never did pick up Night Viper, and you really liked Night Viper, so yeah, he's not hard to get. And like Christmas
until
time,
he will be, until for some reason he's impossible. God knows when
he'll be everywhere, and then he'll be nowhere and be $65. The Amazon, like the Black Friday stuff and around Christmas, Walmart, that's the wave that's going to be on sale that you'll be able to catch for like $17 by then. So, all right, we're getting on down. So again, same argument for Mole Rat Stage 2. Like, even more people were like, what the hell is this? I don't need this. Another Cobra Law with the Royal Guard, which is a fantastic freaking figure. It is such a good figure.
It's okay.
Oh, I love it. you can do so much with it. Like
It is versatile, yeah.
You can do so many different things with it. Ninja Force Zartan, which we all figured was coming, and wound up being freaking great. Like I love this figure. I don't care for the bow, but I like the figure. Figure
Yeah.
really impressed me.
He needed to be in hand for me to say I liked him, because leading up to me taking him home from the store, I was like, what the actual fuck am I doing with this guy? But once I fiddled around with him, I was like, I see the appeal now. It's just got the right balance of a lot of things going on. Bit of Sid Vicious, bit of Bonzo the Clown, bit of fucking American Ninja.
Then we got our Taurus and Red Dog, Zania, who by the time Zania was announced was my most anticipated thing. And then right after it, which we're going to get into in a second, they announced my other most anticipated thing, because by now we had Mutton Junkyard, Battle Armor Cobra Commander. I was so happy that they made Zania. The Ramp Rats was another one that people were, I don't really think they lost. They didn't lose the plot with the Ramp Rats. They just did them a year too late.
Yeah, it was a timing issue with that one for it to make sense. But then again, I would say that maybe they lost a little bit of plot because they started making concessions with the set. This was clearly, one project divided into two when it came to the Chameleon and how they were going to approach the Chameleon. The box for this was very much intended for a Chameleon, right? But it was like, here, we'll spread that out into two sets. It was just weird. It was a weird presentation of a complete project.
Right? It seemed very thrown together haphazardly just to get something out. And I did wind up getting it, and I do like the set. The figures are good for what they are. So
the box is a bit wonky. I thought for what we were doing with the box, there could have been a few things added to the box to make it a little bit easier. Like it's just a dumping ground for shit, right? Honestly, maybe adding some trays or adding some unique stuff to put into it could have gone with it. But no, they didn't lose the plot with this kid. It was just ill-timed.
Yeah, it's okay. I wouldn't mind picking up another set somewhere down the road if I get a deal on them, but I do like the figures. So losing the plot.
No.
This guy.
No,
you don't think so.
Changing details, but we had Dino Hunters and G.I. Joe, so you have to work it in because we're doing everything that Joe did, right? So no, I don't necessarily think this changed the plot, but they definitely had to grow a new plot point with Dr. Rockclaw, right? Because the original set was basically Ambush and Lowlight versus a fucking dollar store dinosaur. That was the set. Right. Yeah. So I was like, how do you could do it that way, or we could excuse why a dinosaur is there. Right.
Yeah. At first I was like, nah. And I got to quit watching the Algorithm Mafia guys, because as soon as I saw Adam review this, I'm like, I'm buying that. And I messaged him right after I watched his review. I'm mad. I'm mad at you because I wasn't going to buy this, and your review has talked me into it because I really dig it.
That's why I tend not to watch a lot of my friends' reviews if they're too far ahead of me, because I'm just like, son of a bitch. I'm undecided, and you're going to talk me into it. I know you are.
Well, the one good thing about it is most of the time, by the time we get it, after they get it, I've forgotten a lot of the finer details. So because it's usually like 5 or 6 weeks, so Bobby's asking what our thoughts were on the Selfie series. I thought they shot themselves in the foot by only offering Snake Eyes, Scarlet Bodies when they had the Steel Brigade coming up. I think it was a good idea, but a horrible execution. Who wouldn't want at least a head sculpt of themselves to put on figures? But if they could have done something a little bit different with the variations and gotten the heads, like they just most of them just weren't right. Like they didn't look good.
Yeah, I have no
I
opinion.
love
on
the
it. I
idea.
really wasn't aware of it. I didn't know about it really.
I love the idea. I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them bring that back just with some of the technology where maybe you send them 5,
I
6
just
pictures and they can do the 3D print off the pictures and get it right.
I know
It's
that
just got to be
really
costly.
it picks up my nostalgia bone because I remember when you used to be able to mail away for Steel Brigade when we were a kid, right? When they came out. And the sense of appeal was that the way they were advertising it in comic books and anywhere you saw it being advertised was you can be a GI Joe. And then you had to send them all your details. You got to pick what your role was and all these things to make your Joe. And they just sent you the same steel core they send everybody else, just with like the odd different paint or something, right? It was nothing very funny.
Yeah.
So kind of like when I think about the selfies doing that now, I'm like, I feel like I wouldn't be as disappointed as I was as a child, but I would be, and I'd be surprised at how disappointed I was.
Yeah, I never got it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I don't, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I never did do the Steel Brigade thing when I was a kid, or the Cobra mail away, which probably would have been the one better for me. So let's move on. So we get our Hydro Viper again. Get the clearly altered face, which I don't mind. I don't think this is losing the plot if you read their file card. Like it perfectly
No.
lines up with what they've always been.
Yeah. No, to me, they're right on track. Right.
So what about this guy? What do you think?
So this is a wait out for me. I don't think they've lost the plot. I think this is a rewrite again for DEF, right? But because they brought Headman and the Headhunters into his file card, to me, the natural parallels the DEF because that's what it was back in the day. He is definitely a new character for that. So I don't think that's losing the plot. I think it's just a rewrite.
This is a really good figure. I was excited for this when we finally got to see what it was. I mean, we kind of figured some people knew what it was. I didn't know exactly what it was, but when we finally got to see it, I was pretty excited for it. I had been wanting another cowboy or a more cowboy type figure in the line, and I think doing this with this guy making him this guy federale, I think it ties in perfect.
And
He can perfectly blend in with the GI Joe world the same way something else we're going to talk about can.
And let's talk about that really quickly because two people have made a very similar comment. And I'm not disagreeing with them, but about he doesn't fit with Joe. I don't think he fits with Joe either. So in my, controlled universe of my own fucking headcanon, he's not Joe. He can stand next to Joe and look great in his role as law enforcement, and that's fine. That's what my ESU police are doing. But the entire idea of the DEF, I thought, was, federal law enforcement working next to it. As we grow this universe, a lot of things aren't going to fit in with Joe, and they're still going to look cool. And what that does for me is definitely makes my Joes stand out as Joes more against them, right? It's just, I think the mistake is like we are thinking because they're going into a classified line, they all have to be Joe. They're not.
That's it right there.
Yeah.
They don't have to be a member of the Joe team to be a classified figure and fit into the narrative. They don't
That's
have
right.
to be a GI Joe team member to fit into a parallel narrative that they're telling. That's what I like.
The October Guard is the exception everybody knows about, but I'm like, can there not be more exceptions if we're going to grow this line, right? Like, I use a popular rock band as an example. Like, let's say Aerosmith. What if Aerosmith stopped making tunes after the 80s, right? And then you went to their concerts and you only wanted to hear their fucking shit from the 80s. You get tired of Aerosmith. They grow their album for the next generation of rock and roll concert growers. Next thing you know, they're doing the soundtrack to Armageddon, right? Like there's a reason why people keep expanding their library. Joe is no different. They have to expand their library for the next generations. You can say it's losing the plot all you want, but is the plot done being written, right?
Liquid disagrees with us. He says, if you think it's growing the line, I think you're in an echo chamber of toy tubers. We're in it, but I don't feel like I'm necessarily agreeing with them because
no, I do agree with the liquid identity. No, I think if growing a line, the problem is that the classified needs to define what they're doing with this line. They're using it to dump things down, but we haven't gotten to Action Man yet. And that's where it clarifies some stuff. So we can keep going, but liquid identity, please stick around.
Yeah. All right. So Overkill, again, Android, cyborg style dude, more dire tech. I wish that the next dire troop builder was something other than this figure, but I'd like the dire stuff. So I bought it. He's on the shelf with the dire guys. It's not for everybody. Destro and the Despoiler, something that everybody has been clamoring for, whether you think it's worth the money or not. I think this was a lot of people's most wanted thing. He's out now. So here we get to our fatal fluffies. What are you thinking about the fluffies, Crow, like fitting in?
To me, this is the weakest of the plot points, but whatever. I'm glad fans are getting what they're wanting. Yes, technically this all falls within G.I. Joe. It's just certainly not anything I was really looking forward to the line. So I'm kind of glad they gave it some sort of novelty box. I'll probably pick up the one and leave it in the box just to have it, but this does nothing for me in this line, really. It really doesn't. If it's hard for me to get, which it isn't, but if it were, I wouldn't be trying. Let's say that.
Right. And that's fair. So Pop and I were probably bigger fans of the cartoon than the comic. We both, watched and read and followed both of them. But we really loved the cartoon, watched it all the time. This is such a deep cartoon cut, and it's so ridiculous you wouldn't think they'd ever make it, but I wanted this, so I'm looking forward to the fluffies. There's some people that are out there that are like, I can't believe they're making that cartoon crap, and the same thing with Shipwreck and Deming here.
Anything that was G.I. Joe is subjective to. The thing people are taking issues right now is the stuff that wasn't. We're going to get there. Trust me.
Yeah. Let's see. Matthew, you're interested in Dire Hawk potentially? Yeah. If that's really what it is, I want to see what it is, but I like the Dire stuff, so I'm probably going to buy it. I bought the Night Creeper after watching Adam's review on the Dire Creeper and knowing the issue with the arms. So yeah, I'll probably get a Dire Hawk too.
See, and I'll be the first guy that says it looks cool and everything like that. And if I want one, I want a one and done, but I've got none of the Dire stuff, and I could have gotten it at Joe Fest easily. I just don't want it. I don't like it. It's just like all the reasons I gave before, but they do look cool for the people that like them. I don't think they do anything for the line myself, besides just give Hasbro more ways to tap.
I like them, the Dire stuff. I like the blend of technology and like mysticism, and like it's right up my alley. And Pop doesn't like it either. Carlos likes it. So
I'm saying they're losing the plot with it, and you're saying losing the plot with it isn't a bad thing with this one, right? Essentially.
No, not at all, because I followed the cartoon. So
there you go.
So coming up anytime, Toxo Viper, again, another one of those kind of weird head sculpt, like, but and then Armada, who was also my most anticipated. Like, I hope they make it just like Zanya was. I knew Armada was coming for a while before she was announced, and I couldn't wait. Somebody kind of told me about it, and I couldn't say anything, but it was like, hey, there's a Devil's Due character coming, and I'm like, oh man, please tell me it's Zanya or Armada. And even though Zanya was coming, Armada was the one that was confirmed to me, so I was really happy. I can't wait to get her. This guy. No, this guy's losing the plot a little bit for sure, right?
Well, I don't know enough about him yet. He's definitely growing the plot outward, but he was never originally a part of a Joe. He's somebody like Sundowner they've made to expand the story. So I guess you could say he's losing the plot. But when you look at what they did with the Frag Viper and other things, you like, are they going to tie all this together? Like they've given him what, some necromancy kind of theme?
He's a technomancer.
So
he necromances, but with technology, basically. But
yeah,
he raises the dead.
So we'll bounce to, let's do Liquid Identity a favor. We'll bounce to Overkill after this guy. But here's the thing. My question is, yes, okay, if I concede that this guy is losing the plot, will he make more sense next year after a couple other figures that haven't lost the plot or tied into him somehow, right? He's written into the lore more. I don't know. I'm kind of reserved on this guy. I'd love to jump on the bandwagon and say he looks freakish and therefore, but I'm kind of like going, yeah, they've introduced a few freakish things into the line with some of these alternate head features. They've been palatable. I'll see it in hand.
I actually, at first I wasn't sure, but I actually cannot wait to get this guy.
I'm not convinced, but go to Overkill for a second, because I'm going to tell Liquid Identity, no, unfortunately, it's not losing the plot because this was an actual character in the comics and fucking the eras that we didn't like. It's all a covered G.I. Joe property. Like this was the Sonic Fighter figure, V fucking whatever, from 89 or 90. Whenever they did the little Sonic fighters, this was it. So unfortunately, I don't think it counts as the plot.
And was in the cartoon and at least 2 comics.
But I agree, it's fucking fugly. I never wanted them, but I ended up with them, you know. I ended up with them because I thought, Bat Commander, okay, whatever, that's compelling enough.
I have him right here because he's going to be relative at the end of this.
Yeah.
Which we need.
All right, where did we leave off?
All right, Synapse, Shebang, Articus. Again, same thing with this version of Psych Out that we got coming up. He's a counter to the Dire Tech. Like, you know, he fits in that plot, whether you like the Dire or not.
He was an opportune character to do with it too, because his kit, like you can give that to him in the retro line, but updating him, it was all sci-fi kit. So you can just update your sci-fi and you can have a little Band-Aid counter to the Dire Tech now through this character. I liked him. I don't necessarily consider myself a fan of the character to begin with. I don't think I had him as a kid, but you know, he is G.I. Joe.
I had him. He never survived a battle. I think this version looks better and is going to be better than the inevitable retro card that we're going to get for him somewhere down the line. And then pretty much the rest of what we got is, you know, stuff to, you know, it's nothing out of the ordinary. This is all stuff we would expect or as a repaint or coming down the line. So,
no, go back. I'm gonna say it's not losing the plot, but it's definitely taking your reuse factor for granted. Let's have a little quick look at Dusty and Sandstormenegger over there. That is dog leg reuse. Like simple as that. Okay. They used dog legs and they needed to sculpt something different, but they refused to. So now they're getting mocked for their puppies. It is what it is. I wouldn't say it's losing the plot, but it's definitely forgetting how much people pay attention, right? Because this came out the day this picture came out, right? The Sandstorm and Egger figure.
I like Dusty. The figure, his scarf, his mask, and his beret. I have the rest of this set. Like, can you imagine how long this is going to sit on the shelves? Like, you thought Naugahyde set on the shelves. Like, this thing is going to go on clearance in the first 2 months. It's out at Target.
Oh, and customizer is selfish. I will love that, right? Because I think the Dusty Buck's a good one. It
Dusty
really
was
is
good.
Yeah.
Dusty
Nonetheless,
was good.
It wasn't relevant. I just wanted to point out that we haven't forgotten about this fucking coyote.
No, and Liquid, I know it sounds like I am like totally disagreeing with you. I'm not trying to be argumentative with you. I see your point. At this point, Joe is losing its core identity. I can see where that could be the point of view. It's not mine, but I see it. I recognize it. Oh my God. Overkill reminds me of my half brother at a certain club in Nashville. I'll let you explain that on Saturday, Sunday if you want to. And see, this is me. I want a second one so I can do a little something with a mashup, Jeremy. Depending on canon, Overkill is the Saw Viper. So
yeah. That's what I mean. You can't really omit him just because he's hideous. It's there's enough to tie him into the lore to say that he belongs there. But
let's go before we go to Action Man. We gotta talk about this one that's also in the thumbnail.
Yeah, so this is losing the plot.
You think so?
Yeah, I absolutely do.
All right,
and it's fine. I accept that things lose their plot as they age, right? People could argue that G.I. Joe lost its plot in 82 if you compare it to what it was in 68, right? Like different agendas, different reasons for it to being. If you care so much, I can go, don't buy it if you don't like it, whatnot. But it's just like, man, in the end, it's what you're bringing into your shelf, right? If you don't like these things, but we have to get to Action Man to really get the core point across of what we need to see, right? So,
so I don't really, you can't really argue against that.
Yeah.
Joe has no core identity anymore.
So I look back at, guys, I keep saying, like, if you want a perfect synopsis of what Joe looked like in 82, not back in the beginning, but in 82, when this really took off, this was all about reigniting a patriotism and a love for your army after a very unsuccessful Vietnam campaign, right? People were falling out of love with the U.S. Armed Forces. Recruiting numbers were dropping. This whole trifecta of the cartoon, the comic, and the toy was massively successful on all of that, but it doesn't work with this generation anymore. Not that way. So now they're going to grow the line and do all this other stuff. I'm glad we have the comics and all the other old figures to remember the old line by and say that that was our Joe, but we are looking at the beginning of someone else's Joe, unless they do a couple of things. Where'd you go, Darren?
So I just killed my camera for a minute. I had to take some drugs. So I like what Carlos says here. Laura Croft, cool crossover, not a Joe. For me, depending on where they go with lore and the story, this works the same way Sundown works for me. She can be her own thing. And I said this as soon as we heard that it was coming and saw it confirmed. She can be a consultant. So Joe has to go to some remote island looking for an artifact and they run into her or they hear about her and they hire her to help them find it. Like, she doesn't have to be a member of the team. Like, she already has her own guns. Maybe she's licensed to carry. She doesn't have to be a G.I. Joe team member to work in the story.
No, but Does she have to have the GI Joe label? Like, this is where I'm siding with some of these people, right? Like,
Okay.
look at the amount of money they're asking for this figure. I get it. You're co-sharing a license. You're going to pay some to this and whatever you're doing. You put it on this retro card to look like GI Joe because you want it in the line and everything like that. And then you do this exorbitant price. Yes, we could say we're going to retcon it. So Laura Croft has always been possibly workable in that Joe line. I don't necessarily think that's terrible, but it's definitely not part of the original plot. And people are really upset about it. And the reason they're upset is because we're calling this G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Right? Bottom line. If you go to Action Man, the out is there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, when we're getting ready to go to him.
Yeah, we'll see it. And that's kind of where the point gets tied, but
I do like what guys in the comment are saying though. Putting her on a retro card, that was the biggest mistake here for me, was putting her on a retro card.
100% agree. Yeah.
And
making that retro card foil on that.
Yeah, she should have been a boxed character. Sundown and Laura 100% fit together. They could have been their own line.
I'm getting this figure. I'm happy to get it. It's just, I understand the arguments.
Yeah, I mean, I get why people don't like it, but I'm just saying that's how I'm going to make her fit in. And you know, you can do that too. And Jeremy saying, where was it? She is in the comics as of issue 330.
Yeah, and there you go, right? So they'll change the plot basically as things go on. So your old Joe is your old Joe. This new Joe is not your Joe. It's the next Joe, I guess. But I don't think it's Joe, and it shouldn't be seen as Joe in some cases. Where are we going now?
I was just going to touch on not a Joe stuff that people complain about. These guys down here, not these so much that are
I'd argue
to the old ones. Some people really didn't like these four, the police and the fire and the special forces, and now the rescue dude.
So I would tie these into Joe just in the fact that, you remember that 60s line of Joe when they said stop doing war toys, they went into adventure teams, right? Mm-hmm. And different trades and things like this. But we have always had the Navy diver, the soldier, the pilot, the sailor, whatever, in some iteration as anniversary figs.
Yeah, those were like the four main original ones, and then they're always the ones they bring back in different versions.
And actually, one that's missing that is somebody consistent with them is the astronaut in the drop, like his pod. You know, they've done that one a few different ways over time as well. But I'd say, you know, they are the loosest exception of falling in their Joe support, right? So
yeah. And I agree too. Like all of those, some form of support or homage to the original Joes. What's up, Lado? All right. So now we got to go all the way back up to the top because this guy's at the very top.
He's right up there, yeah.
By the HasLabs. Oh, the horror.
Well, there's a reason.
There's Tom Cruise, come out the closet, Tom Cruise.
So notice the absence of a G.I. Joe logo on this, right? Yeah. Wow. And it's coming from the same company, and I'm buying it at the same price point, and it's getting the same reuse kit, and it falls in with my figures, but we're not defining it as Joe because Action Man's a separate property. I get it. But if we were to flip this box on the back, I think, or on the side, it says from the makers of Classified. And that's what they need to do. Give everything they want to do their own title, but they need to have a unifying brand for this because a brand like Gem and the Misfits is a one and done set. You're getting 5 figures out of that, and then you can't build an entire line out of that. You cannot build an entire line out of Laura Croft. Right? There's going to be heroes that are very enticing to make figures that can fit within this bigger G.I. Joe-esque picture. And they're going to want to bring them in. And all I'm saying is, fine, if you want us to shut up, just don't call them G.I. Joe. Say from the makers of Classified. Unfortunately, zoom in on that. Does it actually say this is GI Joe, or is it saying from the makers of GI Joe on the back? I only saw the one
in. Yeah, I can't zoom in. It says from the makers of GI Joe classified series.
Yeah, from the makers
what it
of.
says.
There we go. And it's on the back of the box, not the front. So to me, that distinction is actually really important moving forward if you're going to shut your critics up. And it still won't stop them, right? We have a responsibility to understand when our things change, crying isn't going to stop it because it's driven by money, right? That's the end of it.
Yeah, that's right. So there's the back of the Action Man box there. So it is on there. And I mean, I agree, like, as far as what they did with the packaging for him, like the figure or not. I didn't order Action Man. I'm not saying I won't get him, but I don't think he's gonna be hard to get. So I just didn't order him now. But
the bottom line is, I think what Hasbro should be hearing about some of this right now is that some people, and I'm not saying it's our side or another side of this community or pool of YouTubers, question whether or not GI Joe's identity is being respected, right? And I can kind of see that in the last few months, especially, why that keeps coming up. And maybe a simple title on a brand of figures is exactly what makes that conversation lose its power early, right? That's all I mean by it, because these toys will come so long as people are buying toys, right? But they don't have to be called Joe.
I agree about the packaging with the Lara Croft and whatever else we may or may not see. I think they should do the specialized different packaging and do exactly what they did on the Action Man. From the makers of G.I. Joe Classified series, don't call it Joe, make it classified, a classified figure articulation, but don't necessarily call it Joe. Do the box that way from the makers of, and somewhere you've got to give me some kind of story how it fits in on the website, in the product blurb. I want to know how it is adjacent to G.I. Joe to be sold on the shelf beside classified, but it don't mean that everything that gets made has got to be G.I. Joe or Cobra. But if it's intended to be in the universe, I want to know how they intend it to fit in the universe.
I mean, that's one person's preference, and I don't know whether I agree or disagree with it. My thing is, one of the things I liked about Energon Joe was they were going to make a lot of changes. They created an all-new universe. It didn't affect the canon that I grew up with for anybody's characters because I knew the separation, right? And that same mentality rolls with it. Pop had a comment that I wanted to blow up on screen about. What about the Action Man? Why?
Yeah.
Right?
Carlos kind of answers it right above him.
Right above him, and I have my take on that too. And this isn't a guilt the Americans or anything. You guys forget about how much impact this line had internationally, right? And Action Force and all the UK properties have been reflected in some way through deep cuts on these figures, like the odd Big Ben or that variant of Quarrel or Outback's variant, even Glenda, right? These were international figures. I like that Hasbro will put those respects out and you guys act like they're new. Like new guys think they're new, right? But it's drawing eyes to the international appeal of this line, right?
I like like that comment from Dookie. That's
sand off the cliff.
Could be wrong. Last I checked, it was a free world. You don't like it, don't buy it, and quit bitching about it. You can't make fucking toy or G.I. Joe collectors happy, man.
No, and it's futile to even start pointing fingers and laughing at them, right? Because we've all conceded the reason that we came to this line was the nostalgia. That means this connected with us at some point very formatively over our years. How that connects with everybody else in this friggin' YouTube market is going to be different. Right. So we're not all going to see it the same line, but I really like the amount of passion that people protect this thing with at times. Right. Like it's important to them. And I think we should appreciate that, if nothing else.
it gets a little too gatekeepery for my taste sometimes. And it's taken me a while to come around to the idea of the new characters and new ideas and stuff, but I mean, I do like it because now I can make it work. I can make it, fit in. But yeah, Dookie's got the idea. I'm just happy Hasbro's making something my son and I can enjoy. That's what it really ought to be about right there is trying to get the next generation to carry on in some form.
Yeah, and it's just
Clint?
yeah, the fun in toy collecting, if you can't complain, no one's going to stop complaining. But I mean, I wish we could leave it at the complaining. But then what ends up happening is people start getting cemented, and then the personal shit starts coming up, like name calling and stupid stuff, like we always see. And I'm like, it's just over this ideal of what you think your Joe collection should be, right? And I'm like, Hasbro is the only one collecting what G.I. Joe is going to, or controlling what G.I. Joe is going to look like in the future. So long as they're putting that label wherever they put it, right? That's to me, it's don't buy it, but also just protect what you liked about it from the beginning and try and ignore what happens next because it's coming.
Yeah.
Kitchen sink line, quite possibly.
Yeah. Pop saying, how big are they is the question, like overseas. And it was huge over in England and Great Britain. Yeah, that was their Joe. I mean, it was freaking massive. So Jim, I want Jim. I like Jim. I watched Jim. I'll still throw Jim on sometimes and watch it. I liked the cartoon. It was no better or worse or cheesier than G.I. Joe or especially Motu. Transformers cartoon is a hard watch these days. But I actually did watch Jim, and I've been like saying for a long time, it'd be cool if they made a Jim figure, but I'm applying the same thing that we've talked about to bringing Jim in. You've said USO, like holograms, USO show set. They don't have to carry guns. They don't need guns. They don't have to be soldiers to be in the same world, which clearly they are, like they're part of the same universe. I mean, it's on the Cold Slither box. So I think you can make it work. Will everybody buy it? No, there's going to be people. It's like, hey, you stupid girl stuff. I don't want it, but I like it. I think they make good figures. Shipwreck needs somebody to hit on.
It's to me, it's okay. So one of the big arguments I heard, and I touched on it when I was doing the stupid diorama shit, was people say you can't world build this line. And I'm like, well, you can't if people are going to constantly tell you, like, don't, right? So here they are, they're trying to world build, and a lot of us are saying don't. I personally don't think that Gem and the Holograms necessarily belong under a G.I. Joe flag. I do think they're entitled to their own 6-inch line that would be compatible with classified. That's kind of what I expected after I saw the Cold Slither Knot anyways. But if there's any validity to the idea that they're going to classify them up to make them, to change them, to make them tactical in any way, I'm dead set against it. I'm like, now you are desperately ramming square pegs into round holes. That's not acceptable. Like, if you want to have little groupie Gem concerts in the side for your classified collection and have them represented, cool. But if you're going to force feed them into a Joe lineup, then I'm like going, yeah, that to me is not desirable. To a lot of us, I don't think it is.
It's less desirable to me. I want the figures as long as there's some semblance of this on screen the cartoon outfits. Like, I want them. I do not want them shoehorned into having to be like on the team. I want them in some capacity, but I hope they don't bring them in and like try to say that they're Joes. You can make them honorary Joes. There's lots of celebrities that are honorary this or that. Elvis was a fucking FBI agent. So
Yeah. And this is why I keep going back to, I think what Hasbro really needs is to create a third line that is just a general hook line. Like, I give it a generic title like heroes and villains or whatever, and just throw all this shit into that line. Right. And from the makers of Classified will get you out and can calm some people down. It won't calm everybody down, but I don't think anybody really likes being told they're stupid or they're dumb for not liking something, right? Nobody wants to hear that they're an outcast because they like this set and they want this for themselves, right? There's got to be a better language than that.
Well, that
right.
It kind of goes back to what I said in the beginning, from what I wish they'd have done in the beginning, toward the beginning of the line. Branch it off. They could, like exactly what you just said, have the adjacent stuff in there, the Lara Crofts, the Action Mans, the gems. You could put the legacy figures in that.
Sure, if you're going to continue on with that, yeah. Right, you've already gone past what was nostalgic, so
anything. So we got one more order of business we'll run through real quick. We were going to pick some a couple disappointments and a couple things that we thought were better than what we thought over like the last year and a half. I have two things that are better than I expected and two things that were somewhat disappointing.
Okay. Well, let's start with yours because I got to remember mine. I touched on this yesterday thinking about it, and I don't remember some of the ones I did. So I can freestyle. It's fine.
All right. Well, I'm going to start with the two things that I thought were better than what I was expecting. And I've already mentioned both of them and said exactly that about them. So there's a reason that this guy's sitting over here by me. So this Overkill, just because I had the slide saved. I really like this figure. I didn't know what to think about it when I saw it. I was disappointed that this was not meant to be Robert Skelton out of the factory. The colors are weird, but I just love this kind of weird stuff. And this is a fantastic figure. The way it poses, and you do get a lot of variations on what you can do with him with his little arm attachments. Of course, I don't have his gun on him, but I really, really do like this Overkill figure. I've really enjoyed posing this thing and doing pictures with it. And like I mentioned, I want to pick up a second one to see if I can kit bash me an actual Robert Skelton Overkill.
It's funny because I actually have it on video why I hate that figure, because I broke it right away. And then
I remember that.
I think that it's one of the dumbest figures that we could have gotten in the line, but there was some redeeming qualities to it. I won't say it wasn't without, but I knew that was one of your favorites this year. Right. I would say the one that impressed me the most this year, and there's a caveat why, and it's not a good caveat, was the Hydro Viper. And the reason why was because after I experienced everything I experienced trying to get airtight tubes and everything to work, and the Hydro Viper was relatively simpler, right? And I was like, go figure. I never liked this figure as a kid, but I like it better because it's less of a headache than the figure I did like as a kid, right? And that's not a good feeling to say about a wave at all.
I really like the original Hydro Viper, and I'm like, this one's great. And the hoses you were talking about, and they're so much smaller, and they actually fit. And then you got airtights that are twice the size, and they won't stay in. So
airtight feels like you should have a set of model glue with them, like he's a model kit, and you're putting his kit together, right? It's not the same play experience at all.
Which was disappointing, because other than that, I think the figure is great, and I like airtight. I was really excited for airtight, so he kind of let me down a little bit. I want to see, Adam, when you get Overkill, I want to see what you think about Overkill, because I know you've got to not like the aesthetics of him. Just knowing you, I know you've got to not like the aesthetics, but I want to see what you think about, the lime. I want to see what you think about, like, just how he moves and poses and stuff.
Great in a Wham video.
Yeah. My next one is also one that we just talked about and just mentioned. This was my other one that really impressed me. Ninja Zartan. I never had the original. I hated the idea of this figure when I was a kid and realized it existed. And I went ahead and picked this up, and I'm glad I did, because this is a damn good figure. Again, so much fun to pose. He stands well, moves well. The accessories, you can do a lot of cool stuff with. I just like the design. They kept the design and somehow made it cooler, like made it look better, even with his green ass pants. But so he was my next one that was much better than I expected it to be.
How far back are we going for picking ones that impressed us?
I was saying probably the beginning of 25, like the beginning of last year and a half.
I'm going to throw this one in the ring. I never did a review on this one, but it was hands down, like, probably one of the best outings in their category. CoverGirl, retro card CoverGirl, to me was like this huge breath of relief for the retro line as far as what it could do to support the classified line, right? Give you something different without an interference to anything else, right?
Yeah, that's a good figure.
Yeah, and it was just so simple, plain. There wasn't a ton of kit. The kit made sense. Kit was painted, and it was just fucking basic. And so you didn't pay, and it wasn't an exclusive.
Good to go. Got the sledgehammer,
a couple different hairstyles, hat. She got that pretty little smile. Can't deny that.
Yeah, she's cute.
And she wasn't overly sexualized like she was with the other version, right? Like that one was clearly an Angelina Jolie bust feature. So
yeah, I gotta get my hands on Armada now. Man, I can't wait to get that figure. All right, so I got two disappointments. This sumbitch right here is definitely one of my biggest disappointments. I like the All Striker, great toy as a kid. I like Crankcase, RIP Crankcase. Man, this thing's a piece of shit. I know some people keep defending it. It is janky. it is jank. Unless you're taking the roll cage off, it is absolute ass. The gun, the side mount weapon for it is terrible.
There's a lot you got to do with this thing to even get it working right. You're right, though. Yeah.
I don't have my disappointments over here, and the next one will be, they're both be obvious. Like, it's over there behind a bunch of figures and stuff. I've got it over there in the corner of the shelf in shame. But even Crankcase, where we started seeing that super large waist gap, even though you and I think for him it's so he can actually fit in the seat, it makes sense. But we're seeing it on more and more figures, and they're hiding it under 2 layers of kit, under the overlays and the belts, to make them, like, if Sundowns wasn't that way, he'd be really loose. But Crankcase doesn't have that. So anywhere outside of setting in the All Striker, he's not a great figure because he's so loose. He's kind of hard to pose. So overall, because of how much I was looking forward to it, this set was disappointing for me.
I mean, I didn't love everything about this set, but I didn't have as many issues as other people did. And over time, I found that I could set that cage in, and it was actually pretty tight, but I had to work that a lot more than I should have to do it, right? So it
I
isn't
feel
without
like
its problems.
every time I move it around or change the configuration or something, I feel like I'm going to break that roll cage. And yeah, you've got to hold it from the bottom. If you do it from the top, you're going to break the shit out of
Well,
it.
I take those pegs. I'm gonna feel like Jason Mewes talk about Click Commander right now, but I take that peg and I take that ass striker and I take that peg and I just get in there, you motherfucker, right? And I press real hard, and then I repeat that 6 times, and then I go back and get the ones that popped out again.
Oh yeah. Carlos says Budo. I almost
Budo's a
went
great
with,
candidate. Yeah, I wasn't
I,
sure how far
al-
back to go.
I almost went with Budo, but by the time people started getting Budo, I did not pre-order Budo because I hated the original one. I didn't have it. By the time people started getting Budo, I'd already come to realize that that was a much better figure. So I wanted to go with something a little less obvious for me. Disappointment.
Biggest
you?
one so far. Honestly, the one that occupies the most headspace timing is disappointing, and I don't even have it in hand to look at a box. Is the flight pod and the ferret, the new one coming out. That thing just reeks of just transparent money grabbing to me, and I'm just stupid enough to say that I could end up with it if I saw it the right price, but I really don't want it, and I don't mind getting the Snake Eyes figure. I think that's fine. The ATV looks okay. The flight pod will only look good if I really develop my red things later, like the new snake armor, which I don't want to buy, and I don't need another Viper. And all 4 of them
Yeah.
together just feel like this big fucking fuck you. You know?
Yeah, it does to me too. I've got. It's not that I think it's awful. I don't. It even looks okay. It's just it is all complete reuse that they just seems like they just spitballed that one together, and I don't need any. I don't feel like I need any of that stuff. That sets up what 110, 120.
Yeah.
If I found it for 75, I'd probably pick it up because it's, but I don't feel like it's for me what worth what they're asking for it. Just I want the Viper. I want the 788 Viper, dude, and that's really all I want out of that set.
Yeah, see, to me, like I wouldn't even mind it so much if they just were really upfront about this. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna maximize our reuse budgets, and we're gonna do some reuse sets, and that's just to get the max out the molds. Hope you like them. Here they are, padow. But it's this fake excitement they generate about these things. Like, we thought this would be a really cool idea. It's like, no, you weren't driven by cool at all. So fucking stop saying it. Right?
No, not one bit.
Nope.
So Frank saying All Striker, remove the back roll cage, change the top cannon and wheels from gridiron, and it's perfect. So after I paid $110 for it, I got to pay another $100 to make it anywhere close to what it should have been. No, sir. Not me.
But the answer is actually yes. That's what you are to do.
Yeah.
That will solve your issues. Hey, we got to move things along. My headset's going to dive in. I'm going to have an audio issue soon.
All right. I have one more disappointment. As much as it pains me to do this, didn't get this guy out either. It's Wild Weasel. I had really high hopes for this guy because he's one of my favorite Cobras. The whole helmet system, the flight charts, you look at them wrong and they fall off the pants. The breather, the mask, like it was just way over designed and none of it works. Like the outfit itself, he looks fine. I like the head sculpt, I like the scar and shit. And he also is a little bit loose. Like he's not a very well put together figure, I guess. So much as I wanted Wild Weasel when I finally got him, it's just like, man, come on. How do you take some of the characters that I'm really looking forward to and fuck them up? So I didn't get him out. He's in the Rattler. He's pretty much just gonna stay in the Rattler unless I do some comic panel recreations. So Wild Weasel was my other disappointing one.
So I have one more to say. What impressed me, and I'll just because I wasn't prepared, but one that keeps coming in my head that people forget about: Night Force Quick Kick.
Yes, it was
Never
mentioned.
thought. Yeah, I never thought about reusing a quick kick and coming up with the image they came up with them, but I thought that image really worked. And I felt like that was them repainting an old ninja helmet that they got with the blue ninjas, giving that a whole new thing for quick kick. It was a nice ad with it, but it also opened the door a little bit more to me accepting all these other alternate head features that you were getting with dreadnoughts and other things. I was like, oh, we're getting second heads. So by the time we got to the Ninja Force, Jabang and Scarlet, I'm like, par for the fucking course, more heads, right? Like,
right. Slice and Dice had those.
Yeah.
So I don't have that set. That's one that I skipped, and I now want to go back and pick it up, and it's creeping up there. Like it's gaining some dollar values. I actually looked for it at both of those cons that we went to. I looked for it at FarleyCon, and I looked for it at the Kentuckiana show. And I don't think I saw one at FarleyCon. There were two at Kentuckiana, and they had like $75 or $80 on it. It's like I just paying that. I got to get with Woody. I think Woody said he had one he'd let go for pretty cheap. So I
probably don't want to sit on that too much longer then.
Nah. Yeah. You have pop blender syndrome. Darren shows Wild Weasel, and I'm reminded my Rattler I bought on Christmas Day is still in the shipper box.
What's with you guys and your syndromes?
Pop could have had probably one of the first 5 reviews up on the Rattler.
I remember.
I think Spec put his up like the first, but Pop got his that same week, and it just sat there in the box for like a month. All right, it's time to get out of here. I think we had a good show, which ran way late. I got to be up in about 4 hours and 15 minutes, but
I'm waiting for you to say that.
We had a good show. We've had a good crowd tonight. So I like to see, man, a lot of crowd participation with a lot of our friends. We had some, opinions that, didn't agree. So nobody's calling anybody names, like not really, but, out of just fun, like it's different perspectives. So I don't think they have lost the plot. I think they have started writing spinoffs for the plot.
Yeah, I can call it losing the plot, but that's really what it is to me. They're re-envisioning things and moving things along for the next group, and I don't think that necessarily has to take away from anything I appreciated from Joe before. Just won't be consistent. That's all. Like that. Maybe I walk from the line. Everybody says, "Well, this is where I walk." Maybe this is where we walk, right? But maybe not. Maybe not. I don't care that much. I really don't.
But I mean, you guys can go tell it on the mountain. 3 Star said he's excited for Jim and hopes it says G.I. Joe on it. I don't care. Yeah. I've been saying it for a long time now. So what you got coming up on the Crow channel?
We're gonna wait and see what comes out. As far as figs, there's gonna be some showing up anytime soon, but I've been busy with some home life stuff, so that's why you haven't seen that much out of me. That hasn't stopped. I still have more home life stuff. So if I can fit in another customs thing at some point, I do have another custom I'm going to be working on soon. But that's pretty much it. I don't have much planned besides the usual Joe shit. So what about you?
Oh, not a whole lot. Like I said, I do have one thing I'm waiting on coming in. Should be here this week. I don't know. So I may have a review up for you guys. Gonna go to Yojo Depot on Saturday. hang out with Jay, get some good footage of the new store. Might buy some stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he will have the despoiler. That's my caveat on the despoiler is I'm not buying it for retail. He'll have it for sale for retail, but I've got some store credit down there. So that may be a good way to pick that despoiler up. Other than that, I'm just going to hang out and do some footage and show off his new store here on the channel. Next week, be back here with Pop Blender, far as I know, doing our thing for Down South Boys Talking Toys, and just be in the chats. I haven't been in as many chats lately. I've been doing other stuff on nights, so I've missed some of the stuff I usually listen to with our friends. I'm not ignoring you guys. I just had other stuff going on.
No, that's fair.
I turned a lot of stuff on and lurk.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. You have the traffic term, the zipper merge up down there. You ever heard of that term?
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's widely known, but I mean, we definitely have it. Some people say it. Some people just say merge, but yeah, zipper is the way to merge traffic.
So this is, I think I called up this comment. I don't think you did. I just figured out I can call it up. But so classified just needs an adjustment, a course correction to focus back on the V2 of popular figs instead of new fringe ideas. I've been agreeing and disagreeing with you throughout the night. This one I'm disagreeing with. I think what they're doing is called the zipper merge, where you let one V2 in, you let a new idea. Old idea, new idea. Old idea, new idea. That's what we're going to watch. And that's why we're always going to have something to say about every wave that's both negative and positive for the rest of this duration.
Yeah. Probably so. That seems to be the way it's going. I mean, once we got past like the 50s and the 60s, that seems to be, you know, how we're doing with some of the waves. And now we've got some years other than drivers and pilots we're finished with. Like the year's done, 85's done, 86 is done. So where they go
and
now?
They still want our money.
Yeah.
Sorry, my headphones are dying, so I'm just switching over to my speakers.
Okay. Yeah, they definitely want our money going to these 5-figure waves and $65 deluxe shits.
And we're gonna keep giving it to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to them
till we don't.
All right, we're gonna roll up out of here, y'all. 35 of you still watching here or there. Hit that like if you don't mind. If you're watching the replay, hit that like button. Leave us some comments on either or both channels. What you think? Do you agree with us? I know I probably said some stuff that won't get agreed with, but that's okay. We don't have to all agree. We just have to try to not all be dicks to each other while we don't agree. That's what we need to work on. But
take it all in stride, right?
All right, my brother, we're gonna get out of here. Chat, thanks for hanging out. Love you guys, and we will see you in a couple of weeks.
Peace.